think a lot of this is kind of bullshit. I really do think all they give a fuck about is you just involving yourself into Sora's OpenAI, right? Or the Sora project. Now, how do you get yourself on here? From my understanding, you actually use something called cameos, and I think iJustine kind of showed it. She was like one of the shills for this crap, and she basically showed that as long as you kind of do like a little face ID, like you say a few words, you showcase, you do some basic things, the AI quickly learns to build a profile on you, and then you can put your cameo into basically any project. Now, honestly, you might be like, wow, they want to do something cutesy. Bro, they're just building more training. They're just harvesting more training data for their big ass AI plans, okay? And I don't even think these AI plans are really about to go anywhere. Like, I think that, for a long time we've been promised shit like AGI and all this crap, but all these billions of dollars are just kind of going to places where I really don't think that the return is going to be what these tech companies are billing to every industry around the world, okay? It's just fucking insane. Now, obviously, look, it's not just Sora 2 you have to worry about. If you're thinking that OpenAI is the only group of people behind it, let me remind you that Google was pushing VO onto like the YouTube Shorts not too long ago, that it was going to be some real nice future for you guys to be consuming your content on YouTube, and it would just be mostly AI shit on the Shorts. I think it's something like, what, 50% of the Shorts on this site at least seem to be fucking AI. But the other thing is, Meta has like AI social media now. Meta introduced something called Vibes, which is a new way to discover and create AI-generated slop content. Now, if you ever want to see a real example of this, you can fire up your phone, download the Meta AI app, and just to kind of show you guys what's going on over here, I'm going to kind of divert a little bit of attention and sort of look at this a little bit with you. So if you go to Meta AI, so using Meta AI, it's literally just TikTok, except everything is AI slop right over here, okay? So this is space time, and then of course you go down, it's just duck trivia, and then it's like, ooh, look at that, you got pirate ships going through. Ooh, you've got little dogs. Oh my god, oh, you got a dog with milkshakes. Now, of course, some of these really have me wondering how many fucking people actually use this shit. Because if you're looking at it, right, this is a pretty popular like post. It's got 5.7 thousand likes, okay? Which I guess anybody can like it if you, oh wait, you do need an account. But this has 83 comments. And again, when you open up the comments to this, it almost feels like it's just AI shit as well. Lovely, amazing, wow, lovely, cool, ecstasy of the monarchs. It almost feels like even the human beings on this application don't exactly feel also human, right? There's a very weird like thing here that makes me feel like the engagement is far more synthetic than it is organic. And I don't know if Meta is doing this to sort of sell it to investors down the road that, oh my God, people love using AI social media, even though it really just feels like AI loves AI social media, not so much the goddamn organic people loving the social media so much. But look, most of this, and this shouldn't shock you, the AIs are designed so that you can engage with them, you can upload your likeness, and they can harvest all of the user information they want, and even grab, illegally by the way, in my opinion, well, I mean, I guess legality isn't an opinion, but I think at least ethically wrong to just be grabbing everybody's copyrighted materials to just feed into AI training algorithms and just use that to constantly regurgitate human expression for the world to just mindlessly consume. One of the things that I do just enjoy on my channel is like uploading like a video like this. Just I feel like it's kind of like an old school YouTube mentality. Like it's kind of just like an old personality based thing. But I even feel like this is all going to go away. At some point, you're going to have all the influencers on the site. You might even have just celebrities in the future. You might have people you watch online just be replaced entirely by AIs. And even though you and I might not enjoy it as much, I'm pretty sure the engagement will look super nice considering the fact it'll be fluffed up by a lot of these AI companies going into the future. But that's a different story. The other thing that I find really odd about this, and the reason why I say trusting anything in the future will be a bit of a hard thing, is again, with how good these AI generation systems have gotten, I almost wonder what's going to occur when you have law enforcement who needs to be looking at the stuff and thinking, okay, can we admit video evidence in court anymore? Or do we all have to assume things can be AI generated? It's even to a point that, again, just looking at from last year alone, right? courts actually were, throwing out videos that were just enhanced by artificial intelligences. So, for instance, according to these finding of facts, the use of AI tools to enhance video, not just generate, enhance, meaning that, let's say a video is like 720p and you want to get it up to like 1080p or 1440p or 4K. You can throw it into an AI upscaler that'll often take that image and add extra features to it so that it looks like a native 4K image or whatever resolution you set it to. A lot of people kind of do this with anime, but the problem is depending on the AI like upscaling and how aggressive it is, sometimes it can add details that don't really that are not supposed to be there. And unfortunately, in cases like the law, it could sometimes add a detail that might, exonerate, or it might sway a investigation a certain way. Like, point number 18 is pretty strong here, where the expert explains and demonstrates that AI processes remove information that was in the original images, and then it adds information that wasn't in the original images. The preferred AI-enhanced video removed artifacts on individual images, altered shapes, removed the opportunity to forensically analyze which frames in the video utilized reference, predictive, and bidirectional images. In short, the AI enhancement tools made proper, accepted forensic analysis of the video impossible. And that point really sticks to me because, again, going into the future, when you're going back to the body cam stuff, look, we laughed at memes. But I'm slowly starting to think that, there's going to be people that are going to go to jail or be implicated in crimes that they really had nothing to do with, because the AI generation shit has gotten so fucking good. And it's if you think it's just going to plateau here, remember, Will Smith eating spaghetti was like 2 years ago. It's advanced at such a rapid, fast rate that trying to stay ahead of it is basically impossible at this point. And again, you might be like, well, what about the safeguards that these companies have put into place? Remember, it's not just one AI company that controls this technology. There's countries that are involved in this. China, for instance, is really, really into AI. And not only are they into AI, but they've basically open sourced some of the best models that you can use right now. And by open sourcing, you can download a lot of Chinese models and have them running on your local computers, laptops, cell phones to an extent. Now, this has led to a new level of horror, right? One that really freaks me the fuck out. Now, you might not have heard about the story, but last year, a Florida man got arrested after they pled guilty to multiple counts of production, possession, and distributing tens of thousands of images and videos of abuse happening to children. So what happened over here? Well, if you want to read the story, an individual known as Justin Colmo of Oldsmar actually was going out to places like Disneyland, for instance. And when he went out to places like Disneyland, he had actually started recording videos of children, right, in public. So what did he do? He had a GoPro, secretly filmed these children as they were walking around in a public area, and once he had images of these children, he could take their faces and then, using their faces, throw them into stable diffusion models. And again, because these models could run locally on their system, and since a model can run locally on your system, you can actually make it uncensored. You can remove the guardrails and system prompts. So once you're completely exempt from being, running on OpenAI servers or Google servers or Microsoft servers or, X servers, you can effectively get these AIs to do anything. And I've kind of shown you this in the world of computer malware, where you can use AIs to write you, computer viruses. You can use AIs to write you, phishing emails. And they're getting really good at it day by day. So unfortunately, in this case, a sick pedophile was using tons of children's images, children who, just walking around in the park, publicly available, and he used their images for evil purposes. And he's not the only one that has done this, okay? There have been other cases. Here's another situation of a Wisconsin man just last year who was arrested on criminal charges for production, distribution, and possession of these AI-generated images of minors. So Stephen Onderek allegedly used text-to-image generative artificial intelligence models like Stable Diffusion to create thousands of realistic images of prepubescent minors. As alleged, Stephen used AI to produce thousands of illicit images of prepubescent minors and even sent some of these to a minor themselves. So allegedly, he communicated with a 15-year-old boy and described how he used Stable Diffusion to convert his text prompts into images of minors. And then he allegedly used Instagram's direct messaging feature to send the boy several Gen AI images of minors, and obviously displaying things that they legally shouldn't be. Again, it's a really disgusting thing to be looking at, but the better this technology gets, the more fearful I do genuinely become of how does this affect us believing anything on the internet, right? Like, it used to be that gold standard was video, right? Like, if there was a video of somebody doing something fucked up on the internet, bro, you could sit there and be like, there's no better evidence than that. Now, bro, with how good Sora 2, with how good some of this shit has gotten, man, it's going to be real difficult to believe anything. It's going to be really hazy. Obviously, we'll still be laughing at all the meme AI shit like Pikachu getting arrested. But then when it comes to like body cam or arrest footage, or like, footage of like a fucking hate crime that somebody generates literally to incite internet hatred and make rage bait clicks for fucking money, like, this is the kind of technology that I shit you not, I can see somewhere in a dark corner in like the middle of fucking India, some guy who knows how to rage bait the fuck out of people on the internet, okay? Some guy is going to sit there with the stable diffusion model, with Sora 2, with the open source version, make the craziest shit imaginable, upload it on the internet, rage bait the fuck out of the people across the ocean, and make, 100, $200 in extra ad revenue, okay? I really feel like that is probably getting off lightly. Where it gets scary is people who get arrested and then they're fighting AI generated evidence against them. Dude, it could be a point where, AI generated like illegal material could be used against people. is being used against people. And in order to like combat it, I just don't know what really is the case. Because even if you argue and say, oh, just watermark it, well, there's ways to have AIs generate things without watermarks too. There's a million ways. This genie is out of the fucking bottle, boys. It's pretty much done and dusted. Now, there are a couple other things that AI has me a little bit worried about. One video that I saw floating around, and just to end things off, comes from apparently Larry Ellison. Now, I haven't verified this entirely myself. I don't know if this might be AI generated, but that's a good thing to bring up because I can't even trust people on video anymore, okay? That's how fucked it is.
Because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
The first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. The NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models.
To see like just some of these big players in the space talk about how much they need access to our data. Look, if anybody is to get any serious money out of this, is these big tech companies selling this AI shit to governments and other, sectors all over the world. And it literally is just a way for them to make crazy amounts of money and also profit off of the future surveillance of us anyways. But I think in the next couple of years, it might just be, look, it could either be something that's real and it all hinges on this AGI shit. Like if AGI becomes a reality, then this is not the .com bubble .com bubble that people are thinking of. It's actually a real serious piece of technology like AI that surpasses human intelligence could be a huge game changer. But if it's one of those things where these companies are just like burning, the oil and just sort of like, and this is sort of the peak, this is sort of where, if they're not able to reach that, and for the next few years, we're just spending vast amounts of money, energy, and all this bullshit, this might be a bubble that really bursts. And when it does burst, man, the tech industry is going to fucking go through one of the roughest periods. Because literally every single large tech company all over the world has put all of their eggs into the fucking AI basket. But again, maybe they see something that we don't. But all this AI shit right now, it starts off with like these cutesy, funny social media memes. But it's interesting to see, obviously, most people are looking at this in a more realistic manner, right? Like, what are the actual dangerous implications of it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I haven't really seen many people talk about this, so I'm going to talk about it because I like talking about internet safety, internet censorship, all that kind of stuff. Now, what if I told you an entire country just got entirely removed off of the internet, okay? Wild stuff to hear. Now, what was that country, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, apparently Afghanistan's cell phone, internet services, and everything was basically cut down. So how the heck did we find out about this, ladies and gentlemen? Well, about a day or two ago, an internet, watchdog group known as NetBlocks was just looking at the connectivity, and everything was la-di-da-di-da when it came to Afghanistan until at one point, all of a sudden, the connectivity cratered all the way down, literally within an hour, to 0%. And as we're talking, it is still at 0 to 1%. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all of a sudden an entire country gets removed from the internet. Basically, their people not only get censored, they get completely disconnected. And I believe Afghanistan is like 40 million something people. So just imagine, okay? You wake up one day, you're an Afghanistani guy or gal, and you're like, man, I want to browse the internet today. Everything is gone. Oh, you want to reach your family? Everything is gone. Everything is removed. The basic pleasures somebody has in life getting taken away is absolutely going to piss somebody off. Now, you might be like, well, how does the Taliban end up doing it? Muda, how do they remove people from the internet? Well, they decided they weren't going to use any special, technical measures for this. they were just going to start cutting the fiber optic cables in regions. And you might be like, well, why would they do that out of nowhere? Well, it wasn't actually happening out of nowhere. They were actually doing this for weeks. And apparently it was taken to prevent vice, and alternative options will be put in place across the country to meet connectivity needs. Now, that could really mean anything. I mean, at this point, they could probably be using fucking carrier pigeons, because even that is better than what they have now, which is nothing. So for anybody that doesn't understand, vice basically means anything that is fun in this manner. So let's say you're having fun. Let's say you're just relaxing. Let's say you're goofing off with your pals. That could be vice. Some people could look at it as, hey, maybe they're wanting to ban internet pornography or something of that nature, which I'm sure the Taliban could have done if they really wanted to, without completely throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It really, in my opinion, and again, I think most people can agree here, it's a way for them to censor their people and prevent an uprising, okay? You know, when people start talking, the people in power start getting a little freaked out. Now, obviously, look, when you destroy cables, right, if you look at how we connect to each other with the internet, we have things like, you know, submarine cables, which is how we transfer a lot of data from each other. So, for instance, in the United States, these cables, which are owned and operated and maintained by separate entities, connect the internet all the way from the eastern seaboard to, say, Europe and the United Kingdom. And of course, this is what it looks like down over here. These cables literally are carrying our memes, videos, everything across the world for everyone to consume. Now, the thing about it is we have multiple different options. So you might be like, well, couldn't we bypass the Taliban if we use things like Starlink? And you're absolutely right. Things like satellite internet do bypass whatever the Taliban government wants to impose. But remember, satellite internet ain't cheap. And I'm sure for the average Afghanistani, purchasing any satellite connectivity material is probably going to be regulated by the Taliban. So if they catch that shit around your house, you could be looking at a pretty nice beheading your way. Or the other thing is they easily just can't afford it. If I'm in Canada and I go to Starlink and I order Starlink right now, shipping in 1 to 2 weeks to my house can cost me somewhere around $500 Canadian. And that's just what I'm paying right now. Then the actual service costs like fucking $140 plus the service tax, I guess, which is just for the first. What a goddamn I hate these stupid fucking mini taxes, man. They're just so unnecessary. But anyways, not the point of it, okay? $140 a month. You know, I'm paying less for fiber optic connection that is of higher quality than what Starlink is providing. But I don't live anywhere remote. It is something that I don't need. If you live in a place that's remote, or a
been
place
making
where
videos for the past 14 years, and I constantly had to deal with so many problems on YouTube, and I've never made videos talking about them, but things are getting really out of hands recently. I get copyright claims on my videos pretty much every day, and I want to make one thing clear before we continue. I have no problem when the claim is legitimate. You know, if I play a song that is not mine, I 100% agree. The revenue of that video goes to the original writer of the song. No doubts about that. What I'm talking about here are false copyright claims. Sometimes it's just YouTube making some mistakes, but other times they're actually malicious, meaning somebody actually is trying to steal the revenue from my video. Usually I just dispute these claims, and after a couple of days they're just gone because I'm right. But what pushed me to make this video is one recent claim that really blew my mind. Years ago I played a bass version of Moonlight Sonata from Beethoven, and that piece has I played a bass version of Moonlight Sonata from Beethoven, and that piece has been in the public domain for centuries, not years, literally centuries. I put a lot of effort into arranging it for bass, practicing it for days and weeks. It's not easy to play at all, and guess what? It got copyright claimed. What? It was claimed by a music label that apparently owns all the music in the universe, but obviously that was an error, right? So I disputed it, like usual. The result of my dispute? Rejected. After reviewing your dispute, this name, who is this, has decided the copyright claim is still valid. Who the f is this? And you know what's the best part? Because I lost the claim, I actually got a copyright strike. That's much more serious, because you can have unlimited copyright claims and still be fine. But once I get 3 copyright strikes, my channel is gone, terminated. Seriously, this is insane. I'm still gonna fight it, of course, and I'm gonna win 100%. but it is just scary how easy it is for random people to just copyright strike anything. Like imagine a bunch of people just decided to all go copyright strike multiple videos of one channel. They could just take down entire channels out of nowhere. As a creator, there is really no way to prevent this before it's too late. But the thing is, I can afford to deal with these problems because I'm lucky enough to be a big channel. But if this happens to smaller channels, they are screwed hard. And if this happened to me, it's 100% happening to smaller channels too. It's just very demotivating. Right now I'm working on my next video, which is gonna be 100% copyright claimed. So make sure you stay tuned for it and watch it ASAP, because you never know what's gonna happen next. Might be the last video you see from this channel. Just in case my channel disappears out of nowhere, I'm also on Patreon and Cameo. Yes, these are my plan B and C. And if these two fail as well, you're gonna find me on the streets playing bass. Also, it seems like YouTube is completely broken right now. Long videos seem to just not make views anymore. There are rumors about YouTube not counting views coming from adblock users, and it overall feels just random. There is no way to reliably make views for now. Like long form videos taking days and days to make, produce and publish, just flopping miserably, while short content that literally took me 5 minutes to make gets millions of views out of nowhere. Sometimes I think I know how to make videos. I know YouTube, but YouTube always surprises me. Nobody's safe here. And check this out. Let's see if you can spot what's broken here. 14 million views in the last 5 days. Guess how much I've made? Almost $10 USD. YouTube is not broken at all. Anyway, yes, if I randomly get 2 more copyright strikes, I'm gone. And this is not the first time this happens. It happened in the past as well. And I've always won the past claims, but you never know. And YouTube being broken right now was the last straw. I had to make this video. I just had to say something about this. And that's about it. See ya.
Today we're going to be trying out something that no other League of Legends content creator has ever tried before. I made a Discord announcement in which I stated that I wanted viewers of mine to come up with ideas for either off-meta picks or builds and turn them into a Google slide presentation. The catch? No matter what they sent in, I have to play. So without further ado, let me introduce all of you guys to our first submission. Invading Bard Jungle. Oh my fucking god. Now keep in mind, I've never read through these presentations before, and I only know what the first slide looks like. So everything that we're going to be seeing together right now is going to slowly kill my spirit, because I know that the next 30 minutes afterwards are going to be torture. Not just because I'm going to have to play these picks, but because when I get in Champ Select, I'm going to have to link this slide to my entire team as well. So let's figure out how to play Invading Bard Jungle. How to play. You can use your magical journey as an instant dragon pit heist. Enemies won't expect Bard invading level 2. All chat to tilt the enemy jungle while perma invading him. And then tax your laners after every gank. Yeah, I'm gonna literally become the most hated guy alive after this. I'm not excited. Alright, so we're gonna need to go Red Smite, Nashor's, Rocket Belt, and Zonia's. Wait, this guy literally forgot to include 2 items. So am I just not allowed buying anything? Am I just not allowed buying anything after I finish 4? Alright, cool. Runes. Okay, so it's gonna be a Halo Blade setup. I mean, that's standard for support, so at least the runes aren't that troll. And then he's making me take the move speed shard just so I can be even faster. Nice. All right, clear and invade. We want to start blue, and then we invade with magical journey. We take their, but I can't even AoE clear level 2. What the fuck is this? Skip Krugs, they're anti-fun. Dude, what the fuck am I reading? Remember, with your unpredictable map presence and enemy jungle camps and laners equals free. Alt free objective steal. Tax your laners. Kill on sight enemy jungle. Do your best to tilt the enemy jungle. That is your goal. If they're tilted, it's free LP. Oh my god. Alright, time to queue. Okay, so now I'm gonna need to keep the link of this presentation because the second we get in a lobby, I'm actually gonna have to link it to my entire team. This is probably the least excited I've ever been to copy paste something. But before I actually link it, I'm gonna wait until the banning phase is done so that if my team is planning on banning Bard once they realize what's happening, they won't be able to. Alright, now let's go. Please read so we are on the same page. Let's see if they even respond. I feel like they're gonna be NPCs and they won't. So we need to go blue into rap. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, that has to be the most clear ever. Like, you literally don't even have AoE because your Q only even applies to 2 things. Clearing Krugs would actually be even better than clearing Raptors, but I mean, like, I need to follow the guy. That's the worst part, so I can't even like innovate on what they're giving me. Alright guys, the good news is we passed the first obstacle. Getting through champ select without having to deal with either a dodge or a guy saying he's gonna run it down. But the only problem is that I don't even know if they read the fucking presentation. So you might even get into game and these people aren't even gonna know what's happening. Time to get it done now. So even have a little item. Set here. I know he didn't tell me to go potion, but I'm gonna be honest, I think I actually just have to. Like, there's no way that I can get away with not going potion. But wait, if I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna invade him early, then why am I not even going for red start? Wouldn't it be smart to go red into like Gromp? Bro, this is actually gonna be miserable. Like, I'm not even trolling. Let me just run around the map and at least get some charms. Because if I can get my little, like, meep chimes, then it at least makes it so I'll be able to, like, get something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I can run around the map and get at least, like, a little bit of clear speed. Ooh! Another chime. Boom, 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 boom. I like the little sounds it makes. But I'm low-key starting to get why every single Bard player just roams the entire game if you can literally just do this shit perma. Ah, nice. So I do 45 damage of fucking auto attack. That's sick. This clear is actually unbelievable. Like this. Oh my god, I need to invade. I need to invade. No, bro. This is so fucked up. Ooh, chime. Nice. Alright, so then we're forced to go east second and invade his raptors. This is so fucking stupid. Bro, I'm really praying. Like, please don't tell me he started red. If he started red, my game is actually over. There's no way this works, right? Are you fucking trying? No, there's no way. Are you fucking trying? No, there's no way. You gotta be kidding. Dude, no, like... Wait, is he trolling? Wait, that worked. Okay, wait, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just as confused as you are right now. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. The only thing I do know is now that we finally took the Raptors, it's like I can actually play the game. Not normally, because like nothing about this is fucking normal. But it's like at least I'll be able to actually sit here and like play jungle. And I just put an extra point in E. I'm gonna actually. It's okay. Oh god. Guys, I don't even think I killed this. Dude. No, this is probably the most miserable game I've ever had. Can I at least do the E prop? Why can't I E? Isn't I fucked up the E too. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, this ain't looking too hot for us right now. But it's fine. The good news is that, listen, we just got the Gromp and then afterwards we can play on the other shit too. Oh no.
There, the girl was never arrested, but then you have Nick Sorter, who was out here. Again, we don't know what happened. We didn't see what happened, but he got arrested, and he had just tweeted 2 nights ago that if he were to defend himself out here, he thinks Portland police would arrest him. So we're going to try to
how about that?
touch with him and figure out what happened, but there is a lot of frustration.
I'm a skeptical guy. Maybe Nick Sodor did something to get himself arrested so he could pretend to be a victim. I don't know. I'm a very skeptical person, especially after being taken advantage of and lied to by a bunch of people that are very opportunistic. So I reserve judgment on that, but I do think I would start on his side, but at the same time, I'm not going to immediately believe anything he says.
With the way Portland police handle things out here, I can tell you we were out here.
I don't think
3 nights
anybody
in a
should
row up
be
until
reasonable.
midnight, and they'll have a couple police liaisons watching everything from across the street, if anyone is here at all. But they don't get involved in anything. That fist fight we showed you, we all knew that was going to happen. I mean, these guys were jawing at each other for 30 minutes straight. You could feel the temperature going up, going up, going up. They were starting to shove each other. Then the fists started flying.
Yeah.
The one guy looked like he was hurt pretty bad. We can
he's
report
fucked.
to you, though, he eventually
He's
walked out of the
omega
guy's building
fucked.
behind us. It was the feds who had to treat him. He walked out and joked. He was conscious. He walked by our cameras and joked with us. He goes, I almost made it to Friday, joking about the fact that he had lost that fight. So no police there to intervene during that fight whatsoever.
So, Bill, is this similar to Los Angeles when you were covering the riots in the streets with the ICE, and it was slow for the LAPD to actually get there? And we heard the police on that Sunday say, you know, it looked like it was getting out of control, so we brought in the cops. Is this similar to the situation?
It's similar to LA,
or
yeah.
The Portland police even slower than the LAPD?
Way slower than LAPD. At least in LA, you have LAPD on scene watching everything, so if something does happen, they can jump in quickly. Here, like,
it's even worse.
Rare to even see any Portland police officers. They'll have maybe 2
What a
guys in
surprise.
white shirts standing on the corner, but they're not the real officers who can take enforcement. They're called the Portland Police Liaisons. They're the ones who are supposed to walk around and try to de-escalate things, but they didn't do any de-escalating with that fight. So, in my opinion, with my experience covering LAPD and just being out here the last few nights, LAPD a whole lot quicker responding than Portland police.
How do you not get the frog? Like, I mean, really, isn't this kind of embarrassing? I mean, like, I feel like this is the easiest one to get. But the frog and the fat chick, I mean, yeah, maybe American flag Pikachu would be hard to catch. But the frog? I mean, what are we doing?
Just terrible. Great job out there, Bill.
They maced his air hole. I saw
the girl
that.
had the black eye. She was on Jesse's show the other night, and she
Yeah.
said the liaison police. She kept saying,
I'll
"That's
show you the
girl that did
video.
This to me. That's the girl right there," and they couldn't do anything. And then what was it? Like 24 hours later, now they're looking for the girl. She was right there.
It was like in Star Wars, the end of Star Wars, where Luke shoots the fucking missiles into the Death Star.
Cool cop out there that want to do your job.
I swear to God, I'll show you all the video.
For what they're asking you to do. You
We
can go
finish
to
this,
ICE.
though.
Actually, you can go right there. It'll take you 2 weeks.
No, I'll let y'all
do
see
a
it.
refresher course, and you can be back on the street doing real cop
Yeah.
work. But I think it's disgraceful. I think you should turn your badge
is.
and gun in. You
True.
shouldn't be doing the job if
True.
you can't arrest violent criminals, but then you want to investigate the cops out there that's doing their job?
Nah.
No way.
Doesn't that
Yeah.
reinforce what the president said? I'm sending in troops. We don't need you. We don't need your help. Obviously,
Yeah.
you need his help
Yeah.
because the cops can't do anything or choosing not to.
Well, they don't
And now-
want it. They don't want it. They're creating this unrest in order to create a situation that makes it look like Trump is a like a dictator or something, because he wants to uphold the federal law.
The ICE, in order, have to protect themselves in order to do their
Is
job.
it just me? I mean, when you see someone standing on an American flag, burning it and standing on it, I know free speech, you're allowed to burn the flag.
No, you're not. He's starting a fire in a public space randomly. Should be fucking arrested. If he was burning a Bible, burning a Quran, burning Lord of the Rings, especially Lord of the Rings, he should have been arrested too. It's arson. What the fuck are we talking about? It's not freedom of speech to start a fire in the fucking street. What are we talking? No, this is so. Fuck.
But all I can think about are our grandfathers who fought for this country, or men
Not a
and
good look.
Yeah.
No, just why are you in this country if you don't stand for the flag? So many people have lost their lives for that right there.
Is Portland still part
Who
of the country?
cares?
I mean,
Who cares? Somebody wants to buy a flag and burn it. That's their right. I don't care. But if you do this in public, it's arson, and you should go to fucking jail. It's insane.
By the way they're acting,
What is
they
this
don't want to
person
be
doing?
here.
Dressed like a bird.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Dressed like, was it a bird? Oh,
They're acting.
dressed like a harpy. As I said, there are some times that art imitates life, and there's sometimes that life imitates art that's imitating life. And I think that's what we're seeing right here. So, yeah, there you go, right? And that's the witch lady. Yeah, crazy how that happens, isn't it? I'll link you guys the video. Let me go back. Oh, this is it.
Dressed like a
That was
a
it.
bird.
It's the whole video.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Yeah, that's their little outro thing. I've watched these before. I know that. So, yeah, there we go. And all right, I will go. You guys do get a chance. They did handle the frog, okay? They did. They took care of him. Watch this. Where is it? Oh, fuck, bro. Like, god damn. Bro, game remove. Hit the weak spot. Oh god, new Trump video. Yeah, I'll watch it in a minute. Holy fuck, bro. Like, wow. It's a crit damage, bro. It's 200% damage. I'm just sad this one wasn't longer, man. I really was. This happened overnight, and you got a lot of these.
These 3 people
you
arrested
see-
overnight during
Yep.
a chaotic protest outside the Portland ICE facility.
They dragging
Bill
them out.
Religion was on the scene as it unfolded, and he joins us now from Oregon with the
Mm-hmm.
latest. Bill.
Ainsley, good morning to you. I can tell you.
Are you joking about someone's death? No, I don't think George Floyd deserved to die, but I don't think that he was a good person either. Like, I mean, the fact is that Bill Burr, young Japanese are starting to realize what? At this rate, Japan might disappear. This may sound dramatic, but it's already happening. 25-year-old Japanese living alone in Tokyo. I used to fully support immigration because I thought diversity would make the world more interesting. I think diversity does make the world more interesting, but the whole world doesn't need to be in your city. So, like, I'm a big fan of multiculturalism, of diversity. I'm actually a fan of this. I think it's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that you have to combine everything into a massive soup in every single area. I think that different cultures, there's cultures that don't really mix very well together, right? And I think we all know this. I think it's a politically incorrect thing to say, but it's a very factually correct thing to say also, that certain cultures don't mix very well. And that doesn't mean that they can't have interplay. That doesn't mean that they can't have mutual appreciation. That doesn't mean that they can't work together to solve common problems. But it does mean that in day-to-day life, if you have these people living next door to each other, you're going to have problems. You are. That's the way it is. We see my opinions change. Not that I'm against it. And this is what all people are still in this period of time. Like, again, I've always had this viewpoint, and, you know, I probably always will. But I think a lot of people are afraid of being labeled as a racist for being against immigration, especially like large forms of immigration. But I think this is a receding value. I think that in time, people will simply not care, because calling people a racist for being against immigration, I think that this has hit a very large diminishing return. I fear Japan will split into 2 separate communities. Wow, only 2? That's pretty lucky. How about that? I saw a similar scene in Canada. How about that? I saw a similar scene in Canada. I hear Canada is having a lot of, because I don't like how, I've said this before, I don't like how Indians from India, not Native American, your American Indians, but Indians from India, I don't like how they're treated on social media. I think it's unfair, right? And I'm a big fan of racist jokes. I love racist jokes. I ask any of my real life friends, okay? I love them. That being said, what I'm not a fan of is the fact that Indians and white people, and to a lesser degree Asians, have this almost permissiveness with allowing racial jokes on their negative, on their behalf negatively, but whenever you're talking about other racial minorities, in some cases, you're not allowed to do them. I think all of it's okay or none of it's okay. That's my viewpoint. Again, I don't like how Indians have been included into that. Yeah, white guilt. Yeah, sure. At their expense. Yeah. And joke and hate is different. I think it's pretty obvious, right? Like, I'm basically a all of the jokes or none of the jokes kind of guy. And if I had to pick, I would go.
Brian Johnson doesn't want to die, and with an estimated net worth of $500 million, he's got enough money to try out every drug and procedure that scientists have come up with to remain young. But that's only half of the story, because Johnson has really developed an entire new philosophy of life that he wants everyone to sign up to, and it's all about beating entropy increase. But let's start at the beginning. Brian Johnson has launched an entire movement that he calls Don't Die with t-shirts, has a supplement plan called Blueprint, and a company that sells the stuff had Botox injected into his private parts, his blood plasma replaced, claims he's the healthiest person on the planet, that his telomeres say he's 10 years old, and he measures his health, among other things, by the duration of his nighttime erections. His recent record stands at 3 hours and 49 minutes. His goal is to see the last Bitcoin halving in 2140. That's 115 years from now. It's easy to make fun of Brian Johnson as a health nut, but he has a grander vision. Don't Die isn't just about fighting microplastics and food dyes. He believes that it's the ultimate goal of any species to survive. And we aren't doing all that well. We have largely accepted environmental contamination. We have accepted that the need to work cuts into sleep and exercise. We have accepted living conditions that are too loud, too bright at night, too stress-inducing, and too far removed from nature. We have accepted highly processed foods with synthetic ingredients. We accept all this as side effects of industrialization on the rationale that it's still better than living in caves. Probably true, but Johnson says we've become too complacent about this. It's about About time we stop to knowingly wreck our own health. Do something. Don't die. But that we neglect our physical well-being as only part of the story. Johnson is convinced that artificial intelligence is going to dramatically change the world in the near future. And I agree with him. Once we have machines that are more intelligent than the average human, that's going to change everything very rapidly, and we're not prepared for what's to come. Most of us aren't prepared anyway, because Johnson says that, well, first of all, we need to survive the AI revolution, so don't die. But even if we survive that, we'll have to entirely rethink our goals. Western society is currently largely driven by capitalism that in one way or another optimizes well-being through profit. One can argue how well that works, but there's no denying that we do currently use this system and it's worked reasonably well so far. But AI is going to make wealth irrelevant, Johnson thinks, and then the only rational goal we'll have is don't die. What he's proposing then is an entirely new philosophy that one might call survivalism. Don't measure your success by how much money you make, by how well you do at surviving. That is, his health obsession is just a way to quantify how well he's doing at living up to his own new goal. Here is how he thinks about this himself.
Hi, my name is Brian Johnson. I am the founder of Don't Die. Don't Die is an attempt at answering the most important question that we face on planet Earth. That is, what does a species do when you're giving birth to superintelligence? Now, we have a lot of answers today in the form of our current societal systems, democracy and capitalism, Christianity, Islam, socialism. There's a bigger question that arises, however, are those systems still going to be adequate to address the needs of us as a species? Will they still deliver the ethical and moral imperatives? Will they still be the stable philosophical frameworks that we rely upon? Will they be a goal that we can give to AI that we can socialize with not only our computer friends, but also ourselves? The Don't Die is a full stack ideology that is attempting to answer these most important questions. And it begins with physical systems where you can measure entropy in physics. You can also measure entropy in biological systems. It's numerical. And so these conversations around AI, don't die, typically take between 60 and 90 minutes for someone to grok the ideas. But I would just introduce this to you as a concept that this is an attempt at trying to answer what we do in the most practical terms possible.
Aging is the accumulation of errors in our bodies that you can loosely interpret as entropy increase. Entropy increase is a law of nature, but that's just overall in the entire universe. You can locally decrease entropy if you have energy available. And we have the energy. We just don't know how to use it to repair aging-related damages. Not yet. But I think Brian
million times out of a million with all of the jokes. Yeah, you're going to get a few racist people, but we got them anyway, and the jokes aren't allowed to be...
It's right that this will become our goal as a species once sufficiently many people understand that it's achievable in the first place. And I guess he sees himself as the prophet who made them see the light. I'm not at all sure that AI is going to make wealth irrelevant, so that's where I get off the bus. I expect that at least in the near future, AI is going to dramatically concentrate power in the hands of wealthy people. I can also just about guess what economists would say about this. If people have survival as their goal, then that creates monetary value for products and services that help people reach that goal. So we're back to capitalism to optimize people's utility. Capitalism is a sort of fixed point of societal self-optimization that'll be hard to get rid of, but I'll let economists pick that fight. Be that as it may, I think Johnson is right that if you look at the long-term prospects of any species, you're back to natural selection and the ultimate goal becomes survival. I guess that also unites Johnson, at least in spirit, with Elon Musk, who's made it his mission to single-handedly raise the fertility rate back to replacement level. That was Brian Johnson's grand vision to the extent that I understand it. To me, it sounds ambitious, but not unreasonable. It is, however, surprisingly divisive. He's a scammer, a snake oil salesman, a narcissist, a middle-aged man in a severe midlife crisis with a vampiric Voldemort vibe, and on it goes. Why the hate? I think it's partly because Johnson asks people to adhere to a lifestyle that, besides money, requires a very restrictive diet, a lot of exercise, and religiously protecting your sleep, which to most people doesn't sound like a lot of fun. It doesn't help that he's on Twitter each day to reprimand others for not sleeping enough, for not exercising enough, for eating the wrong things, or drinking the wrong things, or breathing the wrong things, according to Brian Johnson. A typical Johnson tweet reads like this: "Friends, I have the best biomarkers in the world. I'm the healthiest person on the planet. I'm fitter than most teenagers. My skin is smoother than that of women in their 20s who obsess over theirs. I've more stamina in bed than men in their 20s. I've better health markers than any hater, health influencer, and anti-aging doctor and scientist. My mind is sharper than it's ever been," and so on. I would interpret this as him trying to be inspiring and leading by example, but I can see that it might come across as narcissistic or condescending. Though I suspect that much of the hate he gets has little to do with either his initiative or his biomarkers. It's because the guy's rich and mostly fails to acknowledge that other people can't afford living as healthy as he does. An example that springs to my mind is Rohin, a cardiologist in the UK. Leaving aside his YouTube hobby, Rohin works a lot of night shifts, which probably isn't all that healthy. But what's the alternative? Do we just let people die if they have a heart attack at night because, all these cardiologists and nurses must watch out for their biomarkers? Or how about having a baby? That's not good for your sleep pattern, trust me. So if your ultimate goal is maxing your biomarkers, is the logical conclusion to not have children? Or do you hire a nanny to take care of the baby full time? I think that everyone needs to find a sensible balance between conflicting life goals given the constraints they face. And that Brian Johnson doesn't acknowledge this is probably part of the reason that people question his mission, if not his sanity. It doesn't help that many of the treatments and drugs he's tried are difficult for the average person to get their hands on. He's tried, for example, rapamycin and metformin. Both are prescription drugs that he takes off-label under doctor supervision. He's also tried total plasma replacement, some stem cell things, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, and various others. None of those are cheap, and none of those are easily accessible unless you're fucking rich. If you take all this together, the message he's sending, willingly or unwillingly, is that rich people are going to live forever and they'll let the rest of us die, and then maybe it isn't so surprising that many people are a little dismayed. That said, there's some relevant context to Brian Johnson's preachings, which is that his health obsession is a fairly recent development that he only started a few years back. He seems to have had somewhat of a come-to-Jesus moment after being overweight and living off junk food for the first 45 years of his life. The newly converted are often the worst, but maybe in a few years he'll relax a bit. Even leaving aside the haters, a lot of people are understandably skeptical that Brian Johnson's efforts are going to do much. For one thing, one can reasonably argue that it's good that nature has a turnover process in which old people die and young carry on, and quite possibly he's just wasting the limited time of his life fretting about microplastics in his sperm. Indeed, how much his biomarkers actually tell us about biological aging is presently rather unclear. Things like blood glucose and fat and liver values are rather standard indicators that are known to be correlated with many health risks. Other measures like telomere length and inflammation markers can reasonably be linked to the body's ability to regenerate, which does sound like a good thing, but whether that'll actually help him live longer remains to be seen. A recent study found, for example, that this woman who reached the age of 117 had very short telomeres indeed, yet was otherwise remarkably healthy. This is just a sample of one and not super conclusive, but it suggests that telomere length isn't a meaningful indicator of health. At present, it's impossible to tell how much of his health actually comes from all the things he's trying and how much is due to him having good genes or, having lived a rather sheltered life. If you think he looks good for 48 years, he's tried several facial treatments to remove sun damage, increase collagen production, and also a fat transfer from a donor that he had an allergic reaction to. Either way, though, I think looks don't say all that much about a person's biological age. The best example I can think of is Roger Penrose, who just turned 94 and who speaks more coherently than most people half his age. So I understand the reasons for people's skepticism, but again, I think it'd be somewhat missing the point. If you believe that artificial intelligence will soon exceed human intelligence, then we're likely to see rapid advances in medicine in the near future. It probably won't exactly be a pill that'll make you young again, but a plausible near-term development is, for example, the possibility to regrow and replace organs that have worn down. By Johnson's philosophy, you only have to live long enough until the pace of medical progress is faster than that of human aging. And he's right that there is no fundamental reason why humans must age. It takes energy to prevent the buildup of entropy, but we do have the energy. This is why I think it's indeed possible that in the next decade scientists will discover some longevity treatments that actually work. Indeed, if I was rich, I'd spend my money in very similar ways, and then I'd call it the pink print protocol, just to annoy everyone. The boring story here is that the only scientifically proven methods that'll help you live longer are to eat well, sleep well, exercise, and stay away from drugs. The not so boring story is that Johnson makes himself a guinea pig for all of us, and he's trying to inspire a great rethink. You may not buy into his entire don't die philosophy, but I think it's plausibly true that life expectancy can be optimized by paying attention to nutrition and biomarkers. Will that help you live to 200 years? Probably not, but it could indeed help you live longer or at least avoid some age-related problems, and then maybe you'll live long enough to merge with an AI. I'm not rich enough to follow in Johnson's footsteps, but I'm just about rich enough to have signed up for cryopreservation, brain only. Cryopreservation is a medical process that pauses all biological activity by cooling a body to very low temperatures. Special cryoprotectants prevent ice crystal damage. It's not freezing, and patients are preserved now in the hope that future advances could revive and cure the original condition. I did this with a German company called Tomorrow Bio, who've sponsored this video. It's not like you have to hand the money over to them. The way that I've done it, which is fairly common, is that I have a life insurance that, in the event of my death, will be paid out to Tomorrow Bio. While research is constantly progressing, it's currently not yet possible to revive a human after they've been cryopreserved, but there's no fundamental biological reason why revival would not eventually be possible. The potential payoff seems to me so enormous that personally I think it's at least worth a try. Tomorrow Bio takes a very scientific approach to cryopreservation. They constantly update their routines according to the newest research. They have a standby team, and they also have a community. If you've been toying with the idea of cryopreservation, I recommend you check out their website or schedule a call with someone from their team, and maybe we'll see each other in 1,000 years.
This is far from a new phenomenon, but it's just extremely common, where people will immediately pass judgment on something based purely on just what the headline says. If it's only 10 words, that's the only 10 words they need to see in order for them to form their full opinion on it without knowing even a single iota of detail around it. And today, a buddy of mine sent me this. And before I read the headline, I thought that picture there was just McLovin playing a new character or something. Then I read the headline: pet owner forced driver who killed his dog to dig dog's grave at gunpoint. I should shoot for it. And my friend sent this to me saying that it is sad that this guy is about to go to the slammer for a long time for this, most likely. Basically just sympathizing and saying that, pets are members of the family, so his reaction is understandable. Hopefully he doesn't, have his whole life ruined because of this negligent driver who hit and killed his dog. It's entirely, the driver's fault. And I have dogs. I love dogs. I've grown up with pets my whole life. I do treat them like members of the family. So it's easy to see a headline like this and get emotionally invested in it. And I saw a lot of YouTubers and stuff commented on it saying, "Based, he's done nothing wrong. Free this man right now. This is super rational and justifiable." So naturally I did what I thought was normal as the next step: reading the story.
because I thought with so many people commenting on it with such strong condemnation of the driver and support for Alberto Joshua Hernandez, this must be like a pretty clear, open and shut case of the driver being fully in the wrong here. This guy must have just been like a lunatic flying down the road. You know, he like ramps himself off of a parked tow truck, Dukes of Hazzard style, and just flies in like a fucking missile and blasts this man's beloved pet on the sidewalk. But that's not the case at all. It's extremely clear after learning more about what actually happened here that everyone who's commented showing support for Alberto didn't bother to read beyond the headline, because this guy's a fucking psychopath.
Police documents say that he forced the victim to dig a grave, withdraw money from an ATM to compensate him, and reveal a home address. Now, according to an arrest document obtained by our team here at KLTV and KTRE through an open records request, the victim went to police station for a voluntary interview.
Not gonna play too much from like the news coverage of it because, again, I recently just had a big hoopla for showing a news clip. So I'll just show this very brief section. But the driver had been driving home. He had hit the animal. He then pulled over, and he then like even tried to like fix his bumper, but after hitting the animal, he stopped, he pulled over, and pretty soon after, that's when Alberto arrived in his truck, which leads me to believe the dog was not leashed or anything. It doesn't seem like he was walking the dog and it got away from him or anything. Like, that's not how it reads here. It seems like the dog was completely unattended, just roaming free on the road willy-nilly. Alberto arrived pretty soon after the hit, it seems, and pulls the gun on the driver and then orders him to carry the dog's body to his backyard. He takes his phone and everything, his keys, so that way there's no chance for him to like escape or wiggle his way out of it. He then digs that grave. Alberto goes inside, grabs another gun, and then forces the driver to take both of them to an ATM to withdraw money to compensate for the dog. Alberto, after receiving the money from the driver after going to the ATM, then takes a picture of his driver's license and warns him that he might be hearing from him again for more compensation if he feels it wasn't enough. And then the driver goes to the police, and that brings us to this story. So, here's a nice little, like, write-up on it, the bullet points here from a Twitter user who broke it all down. To me, this sounds like a guy who found a convenient excuse to rob somebody. I don't see how anyone could make a sound argument that his robbing the guy and then threatening to rob him at a later date after getting all of his information is in line with like a justifiable response to what seems to be purely an accident, where a dog that was not attended by Alberto or Alberto's mother, completely off-leash on its own, running out in the road. Like, I don't see how anyone could say that Alberto's reaction to that is rational. He's either a dog shit pet owner who just lets his animals roam around freely, or the dog unfortunately got out from the backyard or the front door or something and then ran off unattended into the road. And that kind of thing fucking sucks, but it is an accident. It doesn't sound like the driver is doing anything like malicious or evil. It's not like the driver just drove off after hitting the dog like he didn't have a care in the world. He just puts it pedal to the metal like, yeah, celebrating, I just killed that dog, 2 thumbs up, whoopee, or anything like that. The driver did pull over. After hitting the animal, he pulled over, he got out, apparently even tinkered with his bumper. And then, I do think the timing is interesting, how Alberto just happens to pull up at the scene here, pretty soon after the animal got hit. That's so odd to me. Now, another person that happened to arrive at the scene was the mother. According to the news report, the mom
Write down the numbers from 1 to 10, then highlight all the odd numbers and remove them. You're left with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, exactly half of what you started with. Now push it to 100. Identify and remove the odds and you're left with 50 evens, again half the total. So what if you don't stop? Imagine all the natural numbers stretching on forever in an endless line. Then take away every odd number, leaving only the evens. Now here's the unsettling question. Are there fewer evens than natural numbers altogether? Instinct screams yes. Half have been cut away. So how could what's left possibly be as large as the whole? That puzzle, whether an infinity can be cut in half yet somehow still remain whole, had teased mathematicians for centuries, yet no one had found a general, rigorous way to pin it down. It took one brilliant, controversial mind to give infinity a rigorous mathematical language of its own, and to show how our common sense notions of number crumble the moment we step into the infinite. That mind was George Cantor. Born March 3rd, 1845 in St. Petersburg, he came from a family rooted in commerce and music. His father was a successful merchant and his mother belonged to a distinguished musical family. Cantor himself displayed serious musical talent, particularly on the violin. When he was about 11, his family relocated to Germany, where his mathematical curiosity began to take hold. Cantor studied in Berlin under some of the greatest mathematicians of the day, Weierstrass, Kummer and Kronecker, and earned his doctorate in 1867. 2 years later, in 1869, he moved to the University of Halle, where he would remain for most of his career. Halle was less prestigious than Berlin, but this didn't stop Cantor from pursuing questions that others dismissed as philosophical distractions, and it was there that he began tackling a problem most mathematicians avoided. What does it really mean to speak of infinity? For centuries, infinity had belonged more to philosophy and theology than to rigorous mathematics. The great philosopher Aristotle had drawn a sharp line. He accepted only a potential infinity, processes that can continue without end, like counting or subdividing a line, and rejected the idea of a completed infinite totality existing all at once. Even in Cantor's own century, Carl Friedrich Gauss wrote in an 1831 letter that he protested above all against the use of an infinite quantity as something completed, which is never permissible in mathematics. The infinite is only a manner of speaking. Many of Cantor's contemporaries shared this caution, treating infinity as a useful figure of speech, but resisting its elevation to a genuine mathematical object. The young Cantor refused to accept those limits. He was prepared to treat infinity as something real, an actual infinite that could be studied and compared with the same rigour as numbers themselves. That conviction set him apart and eventually brought him into conflict with his former teacher, the powerful Berlin mathematician Leopold Kronecker, who was a staunch opponent of Cantor's conception of the actual infinite, and whom Cantor later blamed for blocking his hoped-for appointment in Berlin. But at this stage, Cantor was simply following his instincts, letting logic lead him into territory few others dared to tread. When most of us think about the idea of how many, we imagine counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Numbers are how we measure quantity. For example, imagine you're given 2 bags, one full of blue balls, the other full of red balls. If you're asked whether they contain the same number, the natural thing to do is to count. You'd pull out the red balls one by one, saying to yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, and you would then continue until the bag was empty. You'd then do the same with the blue balls, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And here's the point. If you reached the same total both times, you'd conclude the bags hold the same number. But what if you couldn't count? What if you didn't even know the names of the numbers? Cantor's key move was to make pairing the test of whether 2 collections are the same size. Each time you pull out a red ball, match it with a blue one. Keep going until both bags are empty. If every red ball has exactly one blue partner, and none are left over on either side, then the bags contain the same number. That's a deeper idea. It doesn't rely on reciting numbers at all. It relies on putting 2 sets of objects into a one-to-one correspondence. Or consider another example. Imagine you're about to give a lecture. A huge crowd has gathered outside, and you're worried that there are not enough seats. It would be silly to count every seat in the theatre and then count every single person in the crowd just to see if the numbers match. Instead, you could simply open the doors and let everyone file in. If each person takes a seat and at the end there are no people left standing and no seats left empty, then you know that the numbers were the same. If some people are left without a seat, then there were more people than seats, and if some seats are left empty, then there were more seats than people. These examples may feel simple, but they capture the seed of Cantor's definition. Two collections, two sets, are the same size if we can establish a perfect pairing between their members with nothing left unmatched. What matters isn't the act of reciting numbers, it's the act of pairing. Formally, Cantor turned that idea into a rule. Two sets M and N have the same size if you can pair their elements so that each element of one set matches exactly one element of the other, and vice versa. That perfect pairing is what we now call a one-to-one correspondence, or bijection. If such a pairing exists, we say that the two sets have the same size. But what exactly is a set? Well, at its simplest, a set is just a collection of distinct objects that we treat as a single entity. The objects inside are called elements of the set. We write sets with curly brackets. For example, the set containing the first three natural numbers is written as curly brackets 1, 2, 3. The set of vowels in English is written as curly brackets A, E, I, O, U. Now, the size of a set is referred to as the cardinality of the set. For a set A, we write its cardinality in the following form. For finite sets, this just means the number of elements. For example, the cardinality of the set containing 1, 2, and 3 is 3, and the cardinality of the set containing the English vowels is 5. Now, it's important to note that the order of the elements in a given set doesn't matter, and if you list something twice, it still only counts once. And here's the neat part. If we consider counting those balls again, then by Cantor's idea, when we count a finite collection of objects, what we're really doing is we're setting up a one-to-one correspondence between the objects and a subset of the natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. The sounds we speak or the numerals we write are just labels standing in for those numbers. Okay, but every set that we've considered so far is an example of a finite set containing a finite number of elements. But is it possible to talk about sets that contain an infinite number of elements? What would such an example look like? And is there a way to investigate whether two infinite sets have the same size or cardinality? Cantor's great leap was to extend the concept of equivalence to infinite sets. For infinite sets, size is not about counting up to some final number, because there is no final number. Instead, size is about pairing. If you can set up a one-to-one correspondence between two infinite collections, so that every element of one is paired with exactly one element of the other, with nothing left unmatched, then those collections are the same size. In other words, they have the same cardinality. The most obvious example of an infinite set is the set of all natural counting numbers, which we write in the following form. As every child knows, if someone claims they can name the largest number, you can always beat them by replying, just add 1. There is no largest number. The list goes on forever. This infinite set of counting numbers will serve as our reference set for everything that follows. Okay, so now take the set of all natural numbers and remove all the odds. You're left with the set of even numbers, and the evens form what's called a proper subset of the naturals. They're contained within the naturals, but they don't make up the whole set. We can write this relationship in the following way. Now it's worth noting that when we deal with finite sets, a proper subset is always smaller than the set itself. For example, the set of the first 5 square numbers, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, has cardinality 5. If we consider one of its proper subsets, for example 1, 4, 9, we see that the cardinality is less, in this case 3, and the same holds for other proper subsets. In fact, for any finite set with n elements, a proper subset can have at most n-1 elements. It can never be equivalent in size to the whole set. This reflects a deeply rooted intuition about finite collections of objects, the idea that the whole is always greater than the part. And so our instinct screams at us that the same must surely hold for the set of even numbers, which is a proper subset of the natural numbers. In other words, we expect the cardinality of the evens to be less than the cardinality of the natural numbers. But according to Cantor's rule, they are not, and the reason is very simple. If we list all the natural numbers, then we can put the even numbers in a perfect one-to-one correspondence. We simply match the natural number n with the even number 2n. In this way, every natural number has a unique even partner, and every even number is used. Nothing is left unmatched. And so, by Cantor's definition, the set of even numbers is the same size as the set of natural numbers. Both have the same cardinality. And this shows that the principle that the whole is greater than the part fails for infinite sets. Infinity doesn't play by those rules. Infinity can, in some real sense, be cut in half and still remain the same size as the whole. And here's the thing. Once you start applying Cantor's logic, it's hard to stop. For example, what if we thin out the naturals even more and consider the set of perfect squares, s equals 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, and so on. This set is generated by taking the natural numbers and then squaring them. If we look at the distribution of the square numbers, it's clear that they get further and further apart as you go along, leaving ever larger gaps between them. So surely this increasingly thin subset of the naturals is smaller. But remember, Cantor said that two sets are the same size if we can pair them, and here we can. We simply map each natural number n to its square, n squared. So if we write out the natural numbers, then 1 pairs with 1, 2 with 4, 3 with 9, 4 with 16, and so on, with n pairing with n squared. Every natural number produces exactly one square number, and every square arises from exactly one natural number. So, against our intuition, the perfect squares are just as numerous as the natural numbers themselves, and we can write that as the cardinality of the squares is equal to the cardinality of the naturals. Okay, so let's keep going, but this time, instead of thinning things out, let's expand. Let's take the natural numbers and add 0, and while we're at it, let's throw in all the negative whole numbers as well. That gives us the set of integers, which we label z. Now, here's another example of where your intuition should start yelling at you. The naturals march forward forever in one direction, but the integers stretch out in both directions without end. Surely that has to be bigger. How could a line that runs infinitely forward possibly match one that runs infinitely forward and infinitely backward? And yet, once again, Cantor's reasoning shows that it can. If we start by listing the natural numbers, we can then use a zigzag pairing. We start with 0 and pair it with 1, then move to the right and pair 1 with 2, then move to the left and pair -1 with 3, then right again to pair 2 with 4, and then we simply keep going back and forth without end. Every natural number gets used and every integer gets a partner. So the seemingly impossible happens once again, and we conclude that the cardinality of the integers is the same as the cardinality of the natural numbers. Even when intuition suggests that the size of the infinite set has somehow doubled, and even though the natural numbers are clearly a proper subset of the integers, Cantor's logic shows otherwise. Hopefully by this point, Cantor's idea is clear. The size of an infinite set isn't determined by how much space it seems to occupy or how tightly its elements cluster. What matters when asking whether two sets are the same size is whether you can set up a perfect one-to-one pairing between them. And when that pairing is with the natural numbers, we call the set denumerable or countably infinite. Under this definition, the even numbers, the squares, and the integers are all denumerable. They all share the same cardinality as the natural numbers, and as shocking and counterintuitive as this feels, what came next shook the very foundations of mathematics and marked one of Cantor's first truly groundbreaking discoveries. I was recently helping my nephew revise for his maths exam on quadratic equations. Like most teenagers, he spends more of his time on his phone than reading his textbook. So I thought, why not build a revision app that he actually wants to use? That's when I discovered the true power of Lovable. Lovable lets anyone, whether you can code or not, create and design apps and websites simply by chatting with AI. You describe your idea and within minutes the app is built. Front end, back end, everything. Production ready straight away. It's perfect for individuals with ideas and for companies who need prototypes or internal tools fast. For my nephew's app, I just typed create a maths revision app for quadratic equations with timed quizzes and a leaderboard, and in minutes the full app was ready. Want to tweak colours or text size? Just click and change them right on the page. If you can code, you can customize even further. And when you're happy, hit publish, and it's live instantly. Lovable saves hours of work and makes building apps accessible to anyone. It's already one of the fastest growing startups, trusted by millions of people, backed by over $200 million in funding and valued at $1.8 billion. So whether you're growing a business or launching your first idea, why not give it a try for yourself? Go to lovable.dev and use my code PhysicsYT20 for 20% off. That's lovable.dev, code PhysicsYT20. Okay, so let's get back to the maths. The infinite set that became Cantor's next target was the set of all rational numbers, usually written as Q, which consists of every possible fraction built from the integers. Numbers of the form a over b, where a and b are integers and b is not zero. Familiar numbers like these. And of course, all the integers themselves are rational, since any whole number n can be simply written as n divided by 1, and that is a ratio. Now it's worth emphasising just how overwhelming this set really is. Consider the real number line and then look at the short stretch between 0 and 1. If you pick any two fractions, no matter how close, you can always squeeze in another, and then repeat, each time picking a pair of fractions and finding a fraction that lies between them. And you can continue this process without end. Between any two rationals, however close, lies an infinity of others. No matter how far you zoom in, the rationals are always there. By comparison, the natural numbers march along in evenly spaced steps, leaving vast empty gaps between them. Once again, if you rely on your intuition, you would surely expect Q to form a larger infinity than n. But Cantor said no, and his reasoning is simple and breathtaking. He began by showing how to turn the positive rationals into a list. You start with only the positive rationals, which are numbers of the form p over q, where p and q are natural numbers, then arrange them into a grid where you place the fraction p over q in the pth column and the qth row. So for example, 1 over 1 is at the top left, 2 over 1 sits to its right, then 3 over 1, and so on across the top row. Then in a similar fashion, we can populate the second row and then continue row after row, creating an infinite grid of rational numbers. The entire infinite collection of positive rationals sits inside this infinite grid. Now comes the clever part. Cantor traced a zigzag path through the grid. Start at 1 over 1, then move to the right to 2 over 1, then cut back to 1 over 2, and then down to 1 over 3. Then diagonally upwards to 2 over 2, and then 3 over 1, and then repeat the pattern. So next to 4 over 1, then back down along the diagonal to 3 over 2, then 2 over 3, and then 1 over 4, and keep going, each time zigzagging back and forth without end, covering the whole grid. And if we run this process again, we see that this path creates a sequence, a single ordered list of the positive rationals, guaranteed to cover every single positive rational. And here's the key. Whenever the path lands on a fraction that reduces to one you've already listed, like 2 over 2 and 3 over 3, which are just 1, or 2 over 4, which is a half, or 4 over 2, which is 2, you simply skip it and move on. In this way, every positive rational in lowest terms appears exactly once, so there are no repeats and no omissions. Next, we can line up the natural numbers with the rationals. The first natural with the first fraction, the second natural with the second fraction, and so on. Every rational number gets its own slot, and every natural number is used exactly once to label it. In this way, Cantor constructed a genuine one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the positive rationals. And with a little extra care, the idea extends to all rationals, positive and negative. Following the exact same process, we can create an ordered list of the negative rationals. And then, just as we did with the integers, we can create a new list alternating between the positives and negatives. One positive, then its negative, then the next positive and the next negative, and so on, with 0 placed at the start. In this way, every rational number, positive, negative, or 0, finds its unique place in the sequence. And we can then line this up in a one-to-one way with the natural numbers. So despite their dizzying density, infinitely many squeezed between any two others, the rationals are countable, or in Cantor's language, they are denumerable. The rationals have exactly the same cardinality as the natural numbers. Infinity doesn't care how tightly packed things are, or how many gaps there seem to be. What matters is whether you can build a systematic pairing, and for the rationals you can. And that's the shock. The rationals, which seem to swamp every inch of the number line, turn out to be no bigger, in terms of cardinality, than the simple counting numbers. Now, given that every infinite set that we've looked at so far can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the natural numbers, they have all been denumerable. So it's natural to suspect that every infinite set is denumerable. Cantor put that to the test by turning to a set so vast it contains all the previous ones as subsets. That set is the set of all real numbers R. You can think of the real numbers as all the points on the continuous number line. In other words, every possible decimal expansion. Numbers like 0.5, 2.75, minus 3.14159, or the square root of 2. Any position you can specify on the continuous number line by writing down a decimal, finite or infinite, corresponds to a real number. The real numbers include everything we've already met, the naturals, the integers, the rationals, but they also include something stranger, the irrationals, numbers like the square root of 2, pi, and the constant e, whose decimal expansions go on forever without falling into a repeating pattern. And if you put them all together, the rationals and the irrationals, you get the continuum, the real number line, filling every point without gaps, stretching endlessly from negative infinity to positive infinity. So here's the question that made Cantor famous. If the rationals, dense as they are, can be listed, what about the reals? Can every real number be put into a neat one-to-one correspondence with the natural numbers? Or does this infinity escape our ability to count? To make things simpler, we're going to take the real number line and then restrict our attention to the interval between 0 and 1. If we can show that the real numbers between 0 and 1 cannot be counted in the way outlined by Cantor, then the whole set of real numbers is uncountable too. Cantor's ingenious strategy was to begin by assuming that all real numbers in the interval can be denumerated and written out in an infinite sequence, and then show how it's possible to construct a new number that is guaranteed not to appear anywhere on that list. That would give us a proof by contradiction. If we succeed in finding such a number, then the original assumption that the list contained all of them must be false. Before we tackle the infinite case, it's worth warming up with a smaller concrete example. Imagine you had only a finite list of rationals, say 4 numbers written to 4 decimal places. Now let's try Cantor's trick. We construct a new number that has an integer part equal to 0, and then we choose the first decimal after the 0 so that it's different from the first decimal of the first number in the list. For example, the number 3. We then do the same for the second decimal, third decimal, and fourth decimal, and we end up with a new number 0.3547. Notice what's happened. This new number differs from the first number in the first decimal, from the second number in the second decimal, from the third number in the third place, and from the fourth number in the fourth place. So it's guaranteed not to be on our original list. So how can we extend this idea to the case of infinitely many numbers? Well, let's imagine we try to write down every real number in the interval between 0 and 1 in a table with the first number written as 0.A1, A2, A3, A4 and so on, the second number as 0.B1, B2, B3 and so on, and then each row another real number in decimal form, where the lowercase letters represent the digits after the decimal point. And it's important to emphasize that we assume that this table contains every real number in the interval. And now comes Cantor's stroke of genius. We take the digits that lie along the diagonal of this table, A1 from the first number, B2 from the second, C3 from the third, and so on, and we use them to construct a brand new number. The new number has integer part 0, and then for the first decimal place, we choose a digit which we label A, and we make sure that A is different from A1. For the second decimal place, we choose a digit B, such that B is different from B2. For the third decimal place, we choose a digit C, with C different from C3, and we continue this way forever, always ensuring that our chosen digit differs from the digit on the diagonal. Then, to avoid complications, such as the fact that 0.9 recurring equals 1, we simply agree never to use 0 or 9 when making our choice of decimals. This technicality changes nothing about the power of the argument. The result is a new number of the form 0.ABCDEF and so on. And here is the remarkable part. By construction, this number does not appear anywhere in the original list. It differs from the first number in at least the first decimal place, from the second number in at least the second decimal place, and the third number in at least the third decimal place, and so on without end. And therefore, by construction, this new number cannot appear anywhere on the original list. This contradicts the assumption that we had already listed all of the real numbers in the interval between 0 and 1. And so we see that no matter how one tries to arrange the real numbers between 0 and 1 in a list, there will always be at least one missing. And if there is no complete list, then there is no way to pair off the real numbers one-to-one with the natural numbers. A one-to-one correspondence requires that every element of each set appears exactly once, with nothing left out. Cantor's construction shows that the moment you try to build such a correspondence, you can always find a real number that is excluded. And therefore, the assumption that the reals between 0 and 1 can be denumerated collapses. Cantor's simple but devastating construction shows, in a single stroke of genius, that the set of real numbers in this interval is not countable. And since this small interval of the entire real number line is uncountable, it follows that the entire set of real numbers is uncountable as well. And so the conclusion is striking. Unlike the naturals, the evens, the squares, the integers, or even the rationals, the reals form a strictly larger infinity. At first glance, this conclusion feels almost unbelievable. Now, we began by proving that even the narrow interval from 0 to 1 cannot be listed and therefore cannot be paired with the naturals, and as a result, it already holds a larger infinity than the naturals. But this only raises another puzzle. Surely the size of the reals should depend on how much of the line we take. Intuition screams that the whole real line, stretching from minus infinity to plus infinity, must somehow be bigger than that tiny slice between 0 and 1. But Cantor showed that our intuition once again is wrong. Imagine taking the number line and then lifting the interval 0 to 1 up above the number line and bending it into a U shape. Then place a point midway between the open ends, and from that point draw rays downwards through the U so that they hit the real line. As the ray sweeps back and forth, every point of 0 to 1 is projected to exactly 1 point on the line below, and every point on the line receives exactly one partner. The result is extraordinary. The short segment between 0 and 1 can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the entire real line. Now, we can make that pairing completely explicit with a formula. Consider the function f of x equals tan of pi times x minus 0.5. As x moves from just above 0 to just below 1, the angle pi times x minus 0.5 sweeps from minus pi over 2 up to plus pi over 2 radians, and the tangent function rises smoothly from negative infinity to positive infinity, hitting every real value exactly once along the way. We can see this explicitly if we plot the function. For any x between 0 and 1, there is a perfect one-to-one correspondence with a unique real number, and we can generalize this approach to any size slice. No matter how big or small the slice, any interval of the real line already contains the full infinity of the continuum. Even the tiniest finite stretch is packed with a non-denumerable infinity of points. Once again, the ancient rule that the whole must be larger than the part collapses in the face of infinity. Now, it's worth noting that Cantor's very first proof of this result appeared in 1874. That early argument used the mathematics of analysis and a subtle process of nested intervals. Only later, in 1891, did he publish what is now one of the most famous mathematical papers ever written, the one containing the diagonal argument we've just seen. Okay, so what next? Well, having revealed this new hierarchy of size, mathematicians came to describe it using special symbols. The cardinality of the natural numbers is written as Aleph naught, a symbol Cantor introduced to denote the size of the naturals, and the cardinality of the real numbers, the continuum, is commonly denoted by C. With these symbols, the discovery can be summarized in a single inequality. Aleph naught is less than C. For centuries, mathematicians had been uneasy even speaking of infinity as a completed object, and now Cantor had shown something that defied all intuition. There are different sizes of infinity, and the infinity of the real numbers is strictly larger than that of the naturals. But the revelations didn't end there. Cantor was able to follow the logic of his newly developed set theory to uncover even more startling insights about the newly uncovered world of the infinite. To do this, he leaned on a simple but powerful observation. Suppose we're dealing with two infinite sets A and B. If we can write down both A and B as a list, lining up its elements one by one with the natural numbers, then we can weave the two lists together into a single new list by alternating the two. The result is a new set C that contains every element from both sets. If the same element appears twice, we simply skip the duplicate, as we did before. In the language of sets, this observation can be put more formally. If two sets P and Q are denumerable, then their union is also denumerable. We can always build a one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the union, simply by interleaving the two existing enumerations. Okay, so let's now put this to use. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that all of the irrational numbers could be listed. We already know that the rationals can be listed using the zigzag trick we encountered earlier. Then, by using the interweaving method we just discussed, we could combine the two lists, alternating terms from each. The combined list of rationals and irrationals would then contain every real number, since the reals consist of all rationals together with all irrationals. But as we've already seen, Cantor proved that no such list can exist. This contradiction shows that the irrationals cannot be listed. They are uncountable. And so the rationals, infinite though they are, form only a thin dusting along the number line, while the irrationals fill in everything between. Mathematicians often say that most real numbers are irrational, and now we can see why. The familiar fractions, dense yet countable, are just scattered points in a vast, uncountable ocean of irrationals. And Cantor wasn't finished. He now turned to another division of the real numbers, algebraic versus transcendental. Algebraic numbers are those that solve polynomial equations with integer coefficients. In other words, any number that is a root of a non-zero polynomial of the following form, with all the a's integers. If some number x makes such an equation true, that x is called algebraic. Now, this definition might sound abstract, but the examples are very familiar. Every rational number is algebraic because any fraction p over q is the solution of the linear equation qx minus p equals 0. Furthermore, a number such as the square root of 2 is algebraic since it solves x squared minus 2 equals 0. The cube root of 5 is algebraic since it solves x cubed minus 5 equals 0. Even the golden ratio, phi equals 1 plus the square root of 5 all divided by 2 is algebraic since it satisfies x squared minus x minus 1 equals 0. So algebraic numbers cover a vast range of the familiar territory of mathematics: fractions, roots, quadratic surds, and more. The transcendental numbers, by contrast, are the apparent outsiders, numbers that cannot possibly be the root of any such polynomial equation. They quite literally transcend algebra. And concrete examples do exist. Charles Hermite proved that E is transcendental in 1873, and Ferdinand von Lindemann proved that pi is transcendental in 1882. Earlier, Leonhard Euler had suspected they must exist, and Joseph Liouville constructed explicit examples. But in the 1870s, they were still rare, and so it was tempting to think of them as scattered curiosities rather than the rule. Cantor turned that picture on its head. Since all real numbers can be categorized as either algebraic or transcendental, then if you can prove that the algebraic numbers are denumerable, then since the real numbers are non-denumerable, it follows that so too must be the transcendentals. And this is exactly what Cantor did. He proved that the algebraic numbers are countable. The reasoning is clear once you see it. Each polynomial equation is determined by a finite list of whole number coefficients. All finite lists of integers can themselves be put into a list. They are countable. So all such polynomials are countable too. And since each polynomial has only finitely many roots, all those roots taken together can be counted. With some patience and bookkeeping, every algebraic number eventually appears. In short, the set of algebraic numbers is denumerable. Now combine that with Cantor's earlier discovery. If the reals are uncountable, but the algebraics are countable, then the rest of the reals, the transcendentals, must be uncountable. The transcendentals don't just exist, they dominate. They are not the exception, they are the overwhelming majority. As the mathematician E.T. Bell put it so poetically, the algebraic numbers are like stars scattered against the blackness of the night sky, but the darkness itself, stretching boundlessly in every direction, is the firmament of the transcendentals. The impact of Cantor's discoveries was seismic. Infinity ceased to be a vague abstraction and became a landscape that could be mapped and compared. He showed that not all infinities are equal, but reception to his work was mixed. Richard Dedekind appreciated its depth and urged him on. By contrast, his former teacher, Leopold Kronecker, a staunch finitist, rejected Cantor's methods and became a fierce critic. Yet, despite the hostility, Cantor pressed on. With Dedekind's encouragement, he continued to develop his ideas. Cantor had shown that some infinities, the naturals, the evens, the squares, the integers and the rationals all share the same size, Aleph naught, yet the continuum leaps beyond them, a strictly larger infinity. For most mathematicians, that discovery alone would have been a lifetime's work. But Cantor was not most mathematicians. He became convinced that beyond the continuum lay an endless hierarchy of ever greater infinities. And that is where we'll go in the next video, exploring the infinite ladder of sizes of infinity that rise beyond the continuum. And we will face a question so deep that even today it is undecidable. The continuum hypothesis. Is there some intermediate size of infinity between the infinity of the naturals and the larger infinity of the continuum, or none at all? But for now, I will let Cantor have the last word. My theory stands as firm as a rock. Every arrow directed against it will return quickly to its archer. How do I know this? Because I've studied it from all sides for many years. Because I've examined all objections which have ever been made against the infinite numbers. And above all, because I have followed its roots, so to speak, to the first infallible cause of all created things. And as always, a massive thank you to all my patrons, and a special shout out to the following who have been incredibly generous with their support. Thank you so much. I couldn't do it without you.
front and center as it is now. And this is with Dave Chappelle dressing up as a KKK member. This was with, all kinds of, Rush Hour, Jackie Chan, and was it Chris Tucker, making racist jokes. The entire movie was a racist joke. And everybody was going to see it. Everybody loved it. Why?
Welcome back to a series so galactic, even Anakin Skywalker subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is giving up fighting the PR war, saying it's impossible to fight back now because everybody clips him out of context. Hassan is mauling at Ethan for suing all his orbiters, saying that he regrets his podcast with him. Ethan is calling out Twitch for potentially recruiting anti-Semites. Hassan has been confronted by journalists regarding his violent rhetoric, and he gets absolutely exposed for being a champagne socialist, refusing to give up his mansions. Asmongold is offering to testify in front of Congress on October 8 regarding Dan Clancy's hearing about Twitch fostering violence. He's also calling out the Streamer Awards hosted by QT Cinderella for being biased and unfair. Streamer Hutch is calling out Hassan for brainwashing his fans. Subscribe, or you have to drink 1 glass of moron juice. Whoopsie, Hassan already drank it all.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan doing his best impression of a newborn baby and crying like a little bitch. Hassan says he's come to terms with being clipped out of context, says that it's virtually impossible for someone like him to remain infallible because of it.
I'm following you for a really long time. Am I missing something? How they think you're violent? I assume you share the same confusion. Shit don't make sense. No, I know exactly where that animosity is coming from. There are clips out there, of course, over the course of tens of thousands of hours that people could point to from many years ago, or even recently, like when I talked about how Democrats need to be cutthroat in debates. They need to shank their opponents. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. Like, I'm being hyperbolic, but Republicans would clip that to be like, he wants people to kill people. Like, he wants Nancy Pelosi to take a knife out and, like, unironically stab, Mike Johnson or some shit. So, like, there are plenty of instances where you can do that to someone like myself, especially.
Okay, first off, that's got to be a paid chatter. I mean, why are people calling Hassan violent, guys? I have no idea. I'm just so confused. I mean, you gotta log off your alt, Hassan. At least make this somewhat believable. Or maybe this is Taylor Lorenz, using one of her 50 alternative accounts to simp for you. We gotta check her PC, that's for sure. Second off, I actually do agree that if you said it just one time, then we could, chalk it up to be it being hyperbolic. He's exaggerating. He doesn't actually mean it. This is edgy humor, whatever the hell. I think for that particular clip, I even gave him grace in the past as well, saying that it could possibly be hyperbolic, but just knowing all the rest of the clips together, it's not looking good. But the problem is, obviously, this isn't just one instance. This is 100 times over and over and over again. And some of the other clips that are being spread around, like K. Rick Scott.
You would kill Rick Scott.
That's pretty clear. There's not much
why did Tate block you on Twitter?
I don't know, bro. He's mad that I'm younger than him, doing the same thing he was doing when he started, but I'm doing it better. But he said he made $400K a month with his cam girls. I put that little shit to the side, little bro.
Jack Doherty is getting completely torn apart by none other than Andrew Tate. And yes, that's real. At first, it sounds almost too wild to believe. Andrew Tate, a man who's been at the center of countless internet debates and controversies, stepping into this mess, but it happened. Say what you will about Tate. Scammer, self-proclaimed alpha, fake guru. But when someone with his massive following and influence sets his sights on a streamer like Jack Doherty, the effect is explosive. Jack Doherty has already wrecked his own world. The money is gone, the flashy lifestyle he bragged about is finished, and his so-called business empire has collapsed like a house of cards. Even worse, the shady deals he was running behind the scenes through his so-called agency are finally being dragged into the spotlight as police dig deeper. And just when he thought things couldn't get worse, here come Andrew and Tristan Tate, publicly exposing him in front of millions. The chaos was instant, the internet lit up, and Doherty's downfall suddenly looked even more humiliating. This isn't just another streamer scandal, it's a public unraveling. Every mistake Doherty made, every shady move he pulled, is now magnified because high-profile names have joined in to rip him apart. His life has spiraled from online pranks to police investigations, and now he's the target of global mockery.
If some of these streamers do grow up to be mature adults when they're in their late 30s, I think they'll look back at their content and be deeply ashamed of themselves. They're purposefully acting stupid and saying and doing very stupid things.
The rise was fast, but the crash, it's turning out to be even faster and way more brutal. Let's get into it. Jack Doherty, the guy who never missed a chance to brag about his money and flex like he was untouchable, just got slammed harder than ever. This time, the one doing the damage was Andrew Tate. And Tate didn't just threaten him. He shredded him completely in front of millions. But here's the twist. Jack wasn't going down quietly. Even before Andrew Tate set his sights on him, social media was already ripping Doherty apart, with users digging up and exposing his shady dealings online. And what did Doherty do? He fought back. He went on rants, fired off tweets, and even went so far as to challenge Andrew Tate to a boxing match. Can you believe that? Jack Doherty, who couldn't stand a chance in that ring, actually convincing himself he could take on someone like Tate. It was pure delusion, almost laughable. Everyone already knows exactly how that fight would end, but the humiliation didn't stop there. After all the chaos, Doherty sat down on a podcast and tried to explain why Andrew Tate had blocked him. Just imagine, going from flaunting riches to desperately talking about being blocked online. That's not just a fall from grace. That's total embarrassment for the whole world to watch. Did you catch that? Jack Doherty is now claiming that Andrew Tate blocked him out of jealousy. Yes, he actually said Tate believes Jack is making more money than him. The nerve of this guy. Tate might be one of the most controversial figures on the planet. He's been dragged into court cases, even locked up in Romania over shady accusations. But no matter what, people still label him an alpha male. This is someone who rubs shoulders with massive names, even linking himself to figures like President Donald Trump. And then there's Jack Doherty, a guy banned from all the top streaming platforms.
If some of these streamers do grow up to be mature adults when they're in their late 30s, I think they'll look back at their content and be deeply ashamed of themselves. They're purposefully acting stupid and saying and doing very stupid things.
Who has fallen so low that he's now trying to keep himself afloat by running an OnlyFans agency. Instead of learning from his downfall, he's plotting his next scam and still trying to convince the world he's on Tate's level. The idea that Doherty could compare himself to someone with the reach and influence of Andrew Tate is beyond ridiculous. It's laughable, but it doesn't stop with Andrew. Soon after, a clip began circulating online where Tristan Tate, Andrew's brother, stepped into the spotlight and exposed Jack Doherty himself. When even the Tates are teaming up to drag your name through the mud, you know you've officially become a global punching bag. I actually agree with Tristan Tate on this point. But honestly, Andrew and Tristan shouldn't even waste their time worrying about what Jack Doherty says about them. Because here's the thing, every time they engage with him, Jack wins. The moment the Tates clap back, Doherty's name starts trending. People start digging into the drama, and suddenly Jack, who's been losing relevance, gets a new surge of attention.
But why did Tate block you on Twitter? I don't know, bro. He's mad that I'm younger than him, doing the same thing he was doing when he started, but I'm doing it better. He said he made $400K a month with his cam girls. I put that little shit to the side, little bro. Nah, I'm kidding. Andrew Tate's cool as fuck. I look up to him, even though he hates me. Andrew Tate, unblock, bro. Like, have a conversation with me. Stop being a little hater. I'm a good guy.
That's literally his whole playbook. He stirs the pot, drags a big name into it, and rides the wave of clout for as long as he can. Look at what happened before. Remember when Livert went after Joe Rogan just to get a boost? It worked, at least for a while, because controversy equals clicks. Jack Doherty is doing the exact same thing. By baiting Andrew Tate into public spats, he keeps himself from fading into total obscurity. And Andrew Tate's name isn't one you can casually throw around without it blowing up. Anyone who invokes it ends up in the middle of chaos. Even Johnny Somali keeps referencing Andrew Tate while crying online about wanting to be freed from South Korea, just like Tate was freed from Romania. Free me! I'm stuck! I'm an American citizen! I know the State Department. They listen, they talk to the Romanians. The pattern is obvious. They all know Tate's name guarantees headlines, and Jack Doherty is banking on it every single time. So here's the game. These shady streamers like Johnny Somali and Jack Doherty know exactly how to stir the pot. They drop wild statements, spark debates, and keep their names floating around the internet no matter how hated they are. It's all about staying relevant, no matter the cost. Jack Doherty even took it to another level. He started streaming on the road, and get this, he was pretending to interview a fake Andrew Tate. Imagine how desperate you have to be to fake an encounter with one of the most talked about names online just to squeeze out a few extra views. This is the shady game Jack Doherty keeps playing. Cheap stunts and fake drama just to grab attention. But here's the truth. Every single one of his desperate tactics has flopped. Not once has he managed to turn himself into someone truly relevant. And now, he's back at it again, trying to drag in big names like Andrew Tate, hoping their spotlight will spill over onto him. But this isn't even new behavior. Jack's been pulling the same moves for years. Way back, he even set his sights on soccer star Darwin Núñez, trying to humiliate him in public for clout. And what happened? Darwin didn't even blink.
I've never purposefully been a clown, even if some of these streamers do grow up to be mature adults when they're in their late 30s. I think they'll look back at their content and be deeply ashamed of themselves. They're purposefully acting stupid and saying and doing very stupid things. Although I don't agree with everything I used to say, I always said what I believed was true at the time, and I always did what I thought was smart.
He completely rejected Jack and refused to give him any attention. That silence spoke louder than words. It showed exactly what Jack Doherty is. A desperate clout chaser who will throw shots at anyone, even world-class athletes, just to avoid fading into irrelevance. Shots at anyone, even world-class athletes, just to avoid fading into irrelevance. That's exactly what Jack Doherty deserves. And honestly, the same thing would happen if any other big names decided to confront him. People like him thrive on being shady, manipulative, and downright disgusting. But now it's all out in the open for the world to see. His reputation is completely trashed, and the internet isn't letting him hide anymore. Everyone knows who he really is. But instead of learning his lesson, Jack made things worse. He knew a single viral clip could destroy what little image he had left. People were already dragging him nonstop, and it was completely justified. Yet instead of backing down, he doubled down. He uploaded another video, this time trying to flex and claim he was way richer than Darwin Núñez. Can you imagine? After being embarrassed, he still thought showing off fake wealth could repair his shattered image. That's not confidence. That's pure desperation on full display.
This guy. Hey, let me get one too. No, I'm kidding. Holy shit. Huh? Excuse me, sir. Who is he? He has 2 watches on. Saying, whoa, Núñez.
Hold up. Sorry to break the flow, but we need to run that clip back one more time.
He makes more money than you. So this is about the whole Darwin Núñez situation, but I actually disagree with this comment. All right, so if you look up Darwin Núñez's net worth on Google, it says $3 million. And then if you look up my net worth on Google, it says $60 million.
Watch it carefully, because there's something seriously shocking hidden in there that most people probably missed the first time. Once you catch it, you'll understand just how wild and embarrassing this situation really is. Did you catch that? Jack Doherty actually claimed that Darwin Núñez's net worth in 2024 was just $3 million. But here's the kicker. He didn't even realize it was listed in euros, not dollars. And let's be real, the euro is much stronger than the dollar, so his flex already falls apart the moment you look closer.
Look up Darwin Núñez's net worth on Google, it says $3 million. And then if you look up my net worth on Google, it says $60 million.
But here's where it gets even more embarrassing. That number isn't even close to reality. Darwin's actual net worth is estimated around $60 million. So Doherty was off by miles. This just shows how clueless he really is. The man doesn't even understand the difference between basic currencies, yet he wants to brag and compare himself to global athletes. That's not just delusional, it's laughable. Jack Doherty exposing his own ignorance like this makes him look less like a businessman and more like someone who needs to go back to school. Honestly, what do you think? Should he be admitted straight to kindergarten to learn the difference between euros and dollars? Because clearly, he missed that lesson. What I found later was even more shocking. I honestly don't know where Jack Doherty pulled his numbers from. Because if you actually check, the internet shows Jack Doherty's net worth floating around $1 million, while Darwin Núñez sits at a massive $40 million. So how in the world did Jack twist those numbers into something completely different? It makes no sense. Guys, you can double check for yourselves, because it's clear Jack is just making things up to sound important. And this is where his shady tactics really come into play. Doherty's entire strategy is to drag his name alongside heavyweights like Andrew Tate or world-class athletes like Núñez just to cling to relevance. But here's the thing. What if Andrew Tate actually filed a defamation lawsuit against him? Jack wouldn't even be able to pay the legal fees, let alone survive a battle like that. And yet, despite being completely out of his depth, he still wanted to box Andrew Tate, like that was ever going to happen. Tate might be a controversial figure, called a fake alpha by many, but at least he operates in a completely different league. Jack Doherty isn't just below that level, he's far shadier, far messier, and completely reckless for even making those comparisons. And just as he tried to stir up that fake rivalry, something even bigger hit the spotlight. His so-called major business finally got exposed for what it really is. Now brace yourself, because the next part is pure chaos. What I discovered later left me completely stunned, because honestly, I can't figure out where Jack Doherty even dug up the numbers he's been throwing around. When you check reliable sources, the internet puts Jack Doherty's net worth at around $1 million, while Darwin Nunez is sitting comfortably at about $40 million. That's an enormous difference. And yet somehow, Jack twisted those numbers into something completely made up. It's like he was pulling random figures out of thin air just to make himself look relevant. And the craziest part, he says it with confidence, as if people wouldn't double check.
Whole image, his whole facade is built on a series of lies. The whole castle that he's built is all lies. And it's crazy when one arrow of truth comes in.
But anyone who actually looks into it sees instantly how wrong and laughable his claims are. The math doesn't add up, the comparisons don't hold weight, and his desperate bragging just exposes him as clueless on a public stage. This is where you really see the shady pattern with Doherty. His entire playbook is about attaching his name to people way out of his league, whether it's Andrew Tate, Darwin Nunez, or anyone else with real influence and success. He knows that stirring up fake rivalries and spreading false information creates noise, and he thrives on that noise because it's the only thing keeping him relevant. But here's the danger in that tactic. When you start dragging huge names into your lies, it's only a matter of time before someone decides they've had enough. Just imagine Andrew Tate actually filing a defamation lawsuit against him. Jack wouldn't even be able to afford a proper legal defense. The cost of lawyers, the endless court appearances, the financial drain, it would ruin him completely. And the irony is, he'd bring it all on himself, just for a few cheap clicks and some fake clout. But instead of realizing the risk, Jack kept pushing the same tired, delusional narrative. He still wanted to challenge Andrew Tate to a boxing match, like that would ever happen. It's almost laughable when you think about it. Jack Doherty, a guy barely scraping by, fantasizing about stepping into the ring with someone who's built a brand around dominance and strength. Andrew Tate might be controversial. Some even call him a fake alpha male. But let's be honest, Tate's still in a completely different league. Jack Doherty isn't just beneath that level. He's operating in the shadows, relying on shady schemes and lies, making himself look smaller and more desperate every time he opens his mouth. And just when he thought he could spin things in his favor, another massive problem crashed down on him. His so-called major business, the empire he constantly brags about, finally started to unravel under scrutiny. All the dirty secrets, the manipulative tactics, the way he really made his money, it all started pouring out into the public eye. And when that curtain was pulled back, people saw the truth for the first time. Jack Doherty wasn't a successful businessman or a millionaire mogul. He was just another scammer hiding behind fake numbers and desperate antics. And now, the internet had all the receipts. Jack Doherty isn't just embarrassing himself anymore. He needs to be investigated, exposed, and held fully accountable for everything he's been pulling. At this point, the list of his shady tactics and failed schemes is longer than any career highlight he's ever had. And the worst part, every single move he's made to stay relevant has completely backfired in his face. Think about it. He tried to boost his image by challenging Andrew Tate, a guy he couldn't even dream of beating. He exaggerated and twisted net worth numbers so badly, it only made him look clueless. He even went as far as exposing his own so-called business in the process, proving to everyone that there was nothing solid behind the smoke and mirrors. Instead of looking powerful or wealthy, Jack just exposed himself as desperate and fake. The type of person who will drag anyone's name through the mud if it means clinging to a little more attention. And here's the truth. While Jack keeps chasing big names, hoping their spotlight will shine on him, the internet is watching closely, and it's not forgiving. People see him now for exactly what he is: desperate, shady, and completely out of his league. He wanted fame, he wanted relevance, but what he actually got was exposure, and not the kind that makes you a star. This should serve as a lesson to anyone who thinks lies, fake flexing, or endless drama can build real success. In the end, the truth always wins, and Jack Doherty has nowhere left to hide. At the end of the day, Jack Doherty's entire empire was built on lies, flexes, and desperate stunts. And now it's all crashing down in front of the world. He thought he could trick people with fake numbers. He thought he could climb into the spotlight by attaching himself to bigger names like Andrew Tate, and he thought his shady business could go unnoticed forever. But the truth always catches up. No matter how much he tried to run from it, Jack couldn't hide the fact that he was playing a dangerous game, and he lost. So let this be the final reminder. No amount of fake flexes, clout-chasing drama, or desperate lies can hide the truth. Jack Doherty wanted relevance, but all he got was exposure, and not the kind he dreamed of. His reputation is in ruins. His so-called empire has crumbled, and the world now sees him exactly as he is. A desperate, shady fraud grasping for attention. And before we wrap this up, here's where you come in. If you've been following this wild downfall and you want to stay updated on more insane stories just like this, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. Your support keeps this truth-telling alive, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Because if Jack Doherty thought this was the end, oh no, this is just the beginning of his nightmare being played out for the whole world to see.
guys watched any of the Rush Hour movies in movie theaters with your parents or by yourself if you're old enough, right? How many of you guys watched one of those movies in movie theaters? The end. All of comedy, all of cinema was building up to the magnum opus, Tropic Thunder. Tropic Thunder was the pinnacle. It was the peak. It was as good as it was going to get. Everything after Tropic Thunder was worse. Everything before Tropic Thunder was worse. That right there, that was the... If we could just crystallize and keep that society, everything in the world would be perfect, okay? So I've never seen Tropic Thunder. Big mistake. Now you should go to jail. And in fact, Tropic Thunder's peak is so sad. Everything has been trashed since then. Well, some of the movies have, I mean, I think there have been some good, like some good movies. Like This Is the End. I remember watching that one. I like that one. I thought 21 Jump Street was a good movie. Those are just two that come right off the top of my head after Tropic Thunder. But, in a general sense, I think that you're right. But anyway, so yeah, people hate immigration because immigrants never assimilate and respect the country. Well, they don't do that because they are being brought in at levels that they don't have to. It's kind of like, so here's a really good parallel to this. Do you guys ever remember back whenever it was like your first day or your first week in middle school or high school, and you probably sat with all the people that you went to middle school or elementary school with, right? So like, it's your first day of middle school, you find all the people that came from like your elementary school and you're sitting and hanging out with them. And then over time you assimilate into the middle school and then you make new friends, etc., right? I think that if you bring in too many people from one group, they stay at that table. This is like maybe kind of a weird metaphor to make, but I think that it's very personal and a lot of people can relate to it, right? I think that's kind of what happens. And so that's really the issue, or you don't. Well, not everybody's, I mean, every person isn't the same. I'm making generalities. So, yeah. Anyway, and I remember the same thing happened when I was in high school too, etc. And anyway, let's go back. We'll watch this and we'll finish it. I'm going off on another fucking tangent. I apologize. European. See, now I don't want my dad to call me to tell me, move on, stop. He would always complain, just play the fucking video. And he would always, this is the thing, he would always say, Hassan plays videos and he doesn't talk at all. And then you play videos and you can't stop fucking talking. What is wrong with you? Why can't you guys just be in the middle? Because you just sit there and complain about it all the time. And so anyway, yeah, that was it. Anyway, play it. Okay, excuse me. European and Asian exchange students sap differently. Of course they do. Of course. Europeans debated politics and society, while Asians just exchanged small talk and laughed. If things stay the same, Japan will turn to two divided societies, Japanese and foreigners. Politicians in Japan who can't speak English... Wait a second. Can't speak English well? Well, yeah, of course. Language is the tool, so maybe it's okay to not speak it perfectly. But aren't we too naive, too sheltered to face the world as we are now? Well, I don't think that Japanese politicians need to learn another fucking language. If you are in Japan... and you are a Japanese, you're living in Japan, you need to learn Japanese. Okay? They don't need to make everything in English for you. Now, it might be convenient for tourism, etc., and I understand that. But that being said, no. It's the same thing I said here in the U.S. You come to the United fucking States, you gotta speak fucking English, all right? Like, that's the way it is. And so you go to France, you better fucking speak French. You go to, I don't know, India, speak fucking, is it Indian, Hindu? I'm not really sure what the language is, but it's not fucking American, I'll tell you that. And so you go anywhere, you go to Brazil, you speak Portuguese. That's the way it is. Hindi? Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100%. So yeah, duh, of course. Sure. Meanwhile, some foreigners wait, was that Johnny Somali? What was that, like 3 frames, bro? Like 3 frames, I saw his fucking ass. Some foreigners cause trouble in Japan. They do, and y'all made a mistake. See, Korea is based. See, if Korea was really based, I haven't talked about this for a while, so I gotta remind you guys of my great idea. I think the way to bring North Korea into the global economy and to make them a country and to de-radicalize them is to make them the world's prison. And we have Kim Jong-un, and we send everybody who's a problem to North Korea. And so we send Johnny Somali to North Korea. The guy that, you know, went and tried to shoot fucking Charlie Kirk, North Korea. Everybody that's a problem in the entire world goes to North Korea. And that way, it's like the country's already a fucking prison. You might as well make some money off of it, right? And so, yeah, I think they should do that with Johnny Somali. Tried to shoot it. Well, yeah, I mean, he succeeded. I mean, you know. What I'm saying, right? But I actually was thinking about Trump too, and that's why I kind of got confused. But yeah, that new global penal colony drop. Yeah, I think that's the future for North Korea. Is it will be the world's super jail for everybody that annoys me. On SNS, crimes are instantly blamed on foreigners. Well, so here's the problem, though, right? Is that they're probably right. I have seen so many people go to Japan and treat it like it's a private server where everything is free and you can do whatever you want. Like they're going around, yeah, they're being obnoxious, they're not wrong, yeah. There's a lot of people that go to countries like Japan, places in the United States, and they go specifically to the PvE servers. You never see them do this shit in Dubai. And that's also a PvE server, because if you break the fucking rules, well, that's it. And so the truth is that because these countries are so permissive, and the reason why they're permissive is because they are high trust society countries that are very well developed and they have a homogenous culture. And so they can allow a higher degree of permissiveness because of that higher degree of trust. But what's happening is that you have foreigners. You got foreigners coming in there and causing all the fucking problems. And that's what's happening over in Japan. It is. And you see videos of it. I'm not making this up. We've all seen it. Everybody knows this is happening. The truth is clear. It is. Absolutely it is. Of course, this makes people uneasy. Fear grows and divisions grow too. I want to see a Japan where diverse people can live together. That's not going to happen. You can have people that live together to a degree, but there is a degree of diversity that becomes untenable. You can't have somebody who wants to, like, you can't have, like, let's say an Islamic fundamentalist that's living next to a person who is trans that, you know, has like 3 adopted kids. Like, this is going to cause issues. And I'm sure that in some cases it works out, but you extrapolate this data and you're going to have problems and problems and problems. And so that's just what's going to happen. True story. Yeah, it's just how it is. So this is naive. I think that there is a degree of multiculturalism, a degree of multiracialism that works. I think most multiracialism pretty much can work unless people are assholes, but especially multiculturalism, there's a degree of it that works, but extremism is the problem. And the issue is that whenever you have a lot of people that don't integrate, if you want to go to Japan, you want to change Japan and make Japan more like you, or more like where you came from, go back to where you came from. That's my viewpoint with every country in the world. If you want to make China more like where you came from, get the fuck out of China. If you want to make America more like where you came from, get the fuck out of America. That's my opinion. It's so obnoxious, patronizing, and fucking entitled. It's so entitled, isn't it? How obnoxious. Oh, God. From your side, how does Japan look? Japan looks like, this is my perspective on Japan. Japan looks like a country that is on the brink of a inevitable collapse because of its what do you call it? Of its birth rates. And I think this is something that's existential. It's happening to South Korea also. It's happening to a couple of countries in Europe, and it's happening in general. Now, why is this happening? I think there's like 10 different reasons, and honestly, I don't really know all the reasons. But it is obviously happening. It's happening here in the U.S. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's low spawn rates, right? And a lot of people are despawning faster than they're spawning. Then you're going to have the server be empty, right? That's what happens. And so anyway, that's where I think things are. And I think also Japan is becoming more and more what do you call it? More and more xenophobic because people go to Japan and they treat Japan like it's an anime. Like I don't know if really the word is dehumanize because it's an entire culture and a group of people, but like I'll give you an example of this. So this is kind of what's happening, right? Tourists are poking holes in the screen erected to block photos from Mount Fuji. Yeah, there we go, right? And this is the kind of stuff that I find to be so just incredibly disrespectful and just entitled. Tourists are poking holes in the screen erected to block photos from Mount Fuji. Get the fuck out of Japan. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? What are you doing going to a country that they clearly don't want you to do it? The guys, yeah, what is this here? Chinese tourist? Well, that's the thing, right? Is that what's really great about China becoming more modernized and, industrialized is that China is the other country with asshole fucking tourists. Is that back in the day, every tourist that was being an asshole in another country, it was always an American, right? But now China is doing their part. And now there's a bunch of Chinese tourists that go out all over the world, and now they're carving their name on the pyramids. Now they're trying to fucking poke holes and stuff like this. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. Russians are notorious for being asshole tourists. Yeah, my dad told me that the Japanese people called Russians Americans with no dollars. This is back because my dad visited Japan for like the World Fair in like the fucking 60s or like late 60s, early 70s because he was in Vietnam. And so, yeah, he told me about that. And yeah, Americans with no dollars and Israelis are the worst. Yeah, I'd never heard that before. No, my dad has a lot of there is a lot of ancient text racism and xenophobia that I've never heard before except from my dad. He was I think he might have been one of the only people that still existed in the world that remembered that type of racism. You know, there it is. And anyway, so the wizard, yeah, he passed it down as much as he could, right? And I do my best to carry things forward. But yeah, that's pretty much where things are right now. And so this is so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious, so annoying. And in general, I don't know why anybody, Japan should not put up with this at all. In my opinion, if you're doing this, they should just say you're destroying property and, you know, you're getting fucking deported immediately and you're never coming back. Like, it's amazing that the Japanese people put up with this, and I think that they shouldn't. It's very, very weird. And I think that they are, you know, it's not a pleasant conversation to have, and it's not a nice thing to do, but sometimes you have to do things that aren't nice in order to maintain things that are nice. And I think that Japan is in that situation. I think that in a lot of cases, America is in that situation. And I think that every country gets into that situation every once in a while. So that's pretty much what I think.
Okay, so I just received word that Xbox Game Pass's prices have officially gone up. So I'm gonna start with this. When I was a kid, I got the Halo console for the Halo console version for Christmas when I was a kid, and I also played a bit of Halo on it, though I never really made it past the first one. Feel free to destroy me in the comments section, but well, I didn't really play much of it, and I did play most games. Like I played Pac-Man World 2, and I also played a bit of Jet Set Radio Future and Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, but other than that, I at some point I got rid of it, and thinking back now, I kind of regret it. But for today's Xbox, I mean, let's be real here. I mean, from the beginning of Xbox One, it's been on its way out, and for good reason. I mean,
young Japanese are starting to realize stupid games have real consequence. Oh, this is a fucking fact, bro. Like, these people are getting fucked. Oh, I'm so glad to see this.
It seems the military is finally coming down on these anti-ICE
Thank
activists.
fucking
But are
God.
they really doing enough? As Katie
No, they're not. They're not. In my opinion, the arrests there needs to be 10 times, 100 times the arrests. They make 3 arrests, but there's 300 people.
This court shows us in Portland, Oregon, local law enforcement has been powerless to stop them.
Look at them, fucking the Portland police running away on their little bicycles. Oh no, don't get me. Oh no.
Power to the people! And that's not the only instance, as Brandy Crow's
Power to the people, he shouts, as he experiences the consequences of losing an election due to another candidate winning the popular vote. But hey, wait a minute. Power to the people.
shows us the same.
Kidnapper! Kidnapper! Your boss is all of you touch women like
Who is this? Why are you dressed like? What the hell is wrong with you? That's a 2%er. I told you guys, bro. If I ever get in charge of some shit, we're gonna put all of these people in jail, bro. We can institutionalize all of them. And everything. By the way, by the time I'm done, you are going to be living in an absolute paradise, in a utopia. You don't even know how good it can be.
Bye.
Where previously, Portland law enforcement hid from their tactical line.
This is like whenever your character that you made in the character creator is put inside of a video game cinematic.
Portland law enforcement hid from their tactical line dancing. So President Donald Trump decided to finally deploy the National Guard.
Thank
For
God.
which their soft-on-crime mayor is now tough on the military.
The number of necessary troops is 0.
If only that was true.
In Portland and any other American city.
Where his police chief seems even worse.
The fact of the matter is, and it's been highlighted so many times so well, but I just want to emphasize, this is one city block. City of Portland.
So are you telling me that you can't even, you're the police chief and you can't even handle, you even say this is only one city block, but you can't even get that under control? I mean, I'm not sure this is making the sense he think it is.
145 square miles. This is one city block.
And you can't figure it out.
30-second, 20-second, 15-second clips that are brought in from months ago, or maybe.
So you're telling me this problem has been going on for months?
Years ago, we've seen.
Oh, even for years. So you've had years to solve the problem of one city block, but you still haven't been able to do it. Man, he's really making a case that they don't need help.
As yes, some of these clips are from months ago, but a lot of this is from...
As if somehow that makes it better.
this week, where we covered this exact protest 3 months ago.
Yep.
But even after all the arrests, seemingly nothing has changed.
That's because they don't get prosecuted. You got to put them up on federal charges, put them in federal prison, make work camps for the jails, put all these fat, retarded activists to work, and have them doing, you know, little menial tasks so we don't need to outsource labor to third world countries and exploit them. We can exploit our own people. We need to get back to exploiting our own people. We don't need to be exploiting people in Malaysia. We can do that right here in America. America first.
Deploying the military is entirely necessary since they can't seem to end this themselves.
Which, by the way, I want to make everybody very aware of this. I actually believe this. If I had my way, I would literally do this. I joke around about it, but I'm actually not joking. I would do this.
And when the police chief wants to argue it's only a small part of the city that is controlled by the mob, just proves this isn't something they can't solve. It's just that in Portland, you're allowed to do this as long as it's only around the federal ICE facility.
No, what they do, so you have to understand that the Antifa have a symbiotic relationship with the Democratic leadership. So the Antifa are the sword and the leadership are the shield. So basically, the leadership do not punish Antifa. They allow them to run wild, and they create discord through Antifa, and then they act like the discord the Antifa is creating is a consequence of the federal government. That's what's happening. So they allow this to happen in order to create an environment that makes Trump look like the agitator. But the reality is that they are the agitators because they are allowing it to happen, and by the nature of them not putting these people, in jail, they're promoting it. They want these Antifa agitators and terrorists and criminals to go out and destroy ICE buildings and destroy property, because the chaos that creates, they're trying to blame on the federal government. So there's a symbiotic relationship between these, I guess now terrorist organizations. I think they should have been ever since the beginning. There's a symbiotic relationship between them and the government that they effectively are advocating for.
Now Portland residents are panicked as they see tanks rolling around Burger King. Never mind the fact that the military hasn't even been deployed yet, or the fact that this is just a defunct tank from a World War II museum. What?
Of course.
I deal with facts when you can just get panicked about Trump.
You can get mad.
Not to say the feds haven't started making arrests.
No, you don't know. This is like... This is like a +0 defense shield. Mary Poppins. Carrying them around like a fucking fish, bro. They dragging these fuckers around like they're trout. They got him like a that's a big boy over there. That's a tuna.
As when street journalists
he fell down.
As when street journalists
he fell down.
Lee was getting
watch
chased
yesterday's
off.
footage. I'll watch
They
after this.
somewhat stepped in.
Don't try to hit me.
Yeah.
I have
Get
no.
out of here. Don't come back.
Get away
If I
from
see
me.
you again,
Get away
By
from
the way, all the people that act like this, the moment that you show up with an overwhelming force, they will immediately be reasonable. They will immediately stop being violent. The only reason why the people act this way is because they can get away with it. The moment that and there's a reason why this stuff doesn't happen in Florida. The reason why is because Florida just shoots them.
me, sir.
Which, by the way, for violent protesters that are assaulting police officers, I think that's what they should do. If you are violently throwing rocks, you are assaulting police officers, and you are using deadly weapons such as rocks, bats, hammers, or anything else, and a police officer shoots you, I call that Natural selection. Even citizens? Was, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Nobody should deserve to have a...
I apologize for this video being a day late. If you want to complain to someone about it, feel free to email my ISP because they're good people who charge me a lot of money for a lot of not good internet. Now, League of Legends esports is going through some weird stuff at the moment. Like a lot of weird stuff. So let's start with a bit of professional misconduct, shall we? On the 28th of September, allegations involving Carmine Corp's assistant LEC coach Apples begun to surface, involving inappropriate professional and sexual behavior. The first of the professional was involving Jack Spectra, ex-LEC player and current LEC caster. On the 29th, he subtweeted a user RDM who was saying Apples leaks everything about our LEC scrims to some girls, to which Jack, I'm not sure if calling him Jack is correct or not because his name's actually Jacob, but we'll roll with it, you know what I'm talking about, replied with his experience involving Apples. Quote, "When I was first starting out in esports, Apples reached out to me and asked what teams I was thinking about joining. Me being naive, I told him both my options. He then went to both of those teams and told them I wouldn't join, so he could bring in his own roster. This is a really, really dog act, sabotaging a young up-and-comer for personal gain in an already hyper-competitive system. We are not off to a good start for Apples." Experience involving Apples. Quote, "When I was first starting out in esports, Apples reached out to me and asked what teams I was thinking about joining. Me being naive, I told him both my options. He then went to both of those teams and told them I wouldn't join, so he could bring in his own roster. This is a really, really dog act, sabotaging a young up-and-comer for personal gain in an already hyper-competitive system. We are not off to a good start for Apples." Following this, another user, Ezor, subtweeted Chloe. Now, we'll get back to Chloe in a second, because contextually the order of this just won't quite make sense to the viewer. But Ezor says she supports what Chloe had said, but that she warned her about issues she had with Apples a year prior. I know that's confusing, but it'll make sense shortly. She also shared these walls of text. The first saying, following assumedly a falling out between the two, she still didn't want to ruin him despite having all the receipts to expose him due to her empathetic nature. She was even going to create a new Twitter to warn other girls about him, calling him a, quote, liar, twisted pervert. The second is threatening to expose him publicly for being manipulative, lying, and predatory. She accuses him of having inappropriate or exploitative interactions with female Carmine Corp fans, citing an example involving Chloe, who again we'll get to. She argues that, as a grown man and coach, he knowingly abuses his position of power over girls, offering tickets and using his influence to pressure them into sexual situations. And the third is kinda just a reiteration of all this, what she warned in the second message, but she says things like, quote, "You'll have some power over her. You know that she will always act different because she sees you as the coach of the team she likes. You know that proposing to offer her tickets to events will alter her decisions. You know what you'll be like in her eyes, and how it'll make her say yes to shit, and that's f***ing twisted to use that, especially for sexual shit, because you and I know damn well how big of a f***ing pervert you are. It's disgusting." Now getting back to Chloe, the other KC fan Ezor spoke about. Chloe tweeted all of this. It won't really make sense due to the translation being sketchy, but she's essentially saying that women had known about Apple's alleged misconduct for years, describing him as a big creep who repeatedly messaged female fans. She suggested the issue was ignored until it became public, and shared a screenshot showing she had confronted him privately before others began speaking out online. But why did all this misconduct take so long to come to surface? As Izor said earlier, Apples had threatened suicide if she went public, which made her fear speaking out, which is an example of emotional abuse. On your side, if she went public, which made surface. As Izor said earlier, Apples had threatened suicide if she went public, which made her fear speaking out, which is an example of emotional abuse. On your screen are just a few of the pair's exchanges. Izor said earlier, Apples had threatened suicide if she went public, which made her fear speaking out, which is an example of emotional abuse. On your screen are just a few of the pair's exchanges on Instagram, where he talks about hanging himself. And also, because of the nature of KC fans, who both girls were very well aware of, and the culture surrounding the team, there was also a fear of backlash or dismissal, which further discouraged them from speaking. After the allegations surfaced, French streamer Sardoche dismissed them. Sorry if I mispronounced that. And he accused the women of seeking attention following KC's loss. In the clip on your screen, he explains that KC fans are looking for a scapegoat for the LEC defeat. He also accuses the women who leaked their DMs of seeking buzz, choosing the moment when he was the most down. Now, following all this sexual stuff, more on the professional side, Apples was also said to have been involved with bet fixing, which links back to his scrim leaking tendencies. Heavy Brows, the founder of Z10, had this to say about Apples. I would summarize all this because it's a lot, but basically every detail here is important or relevant. He says he was frustrated when learning Apples had joined KC because, quote, people didn't know what they were getting themselves into. In Season 8 of Ultraliga 2022 Summer Playoffs, he recounts this. We debut our first LAN event versus Argo Rogue. We had chances, but in reality we were facing some of the greatest players on the scene, including Promiscu. At the studio, we find out Knight had missed his flight and was late for matches, a player of the main roster. So Blummigan was subbing in, their coach, which drastically altered their chances of winning, and they ended up 3-0ing them. Quote, that kinda tells you the story of how the betting bookies were handling the odds on our games, because we were the extreme underdogs. Few moments before entering the studio, I got a message that was soon after deleted from Apples, asking if the rumors about Knight were true, and if I could confirm before each game if Knight still didn't show up, so he can earn money by betting on us. He says there were 2 messages from memory. The first one saying, just focus, you guys got this, Knight isn't showing up.
This self-proclaimed alpha male went viral for charging $18,000 for a 75-hour boot camp designed to destroy the old version of yourself. But now he has a new venture where you can pay him a little over $2,000 so he belittles you and your son together. What a great deal. But after this alpha male boot camp got clowned on over and over again for its insane price tag and interesting promotional material, whatever that is, yeah, it's safe to say the $18,000 bootcamp known as Modern Day Night Project closed its doors. Don't worry though, because the creator of this ridiculous program, Bedros, he runs 2 more Crucibles, where he still is spraying people in the face with a hose all day.
It's free. To which I replied, okay. The other one came later with the request that I keep him updated on the status of the roster. It's important to mention that the broadcast was late 20 minutes obviously, and since it was live, even though we offered to wait longer for him to arrive, the production pushed us to start Game 1 and Game 2 without Argo's mid laner. The second message was, react to my message with the thumbs up just to let me know if Knight showed up. You don't have to tell me anything or write anything. Soon after he deleted those messages, he said, "Tell me if you saw," insinuating if he saw the messages. So obviously Apples knew he was doing something really wrong. Heavybrow says, later next season, he reached out and asked if he could be a coach/manager because he had heard leaks that we were importing Korean players and stacking a roster for 2023. I kept ghosting him because I strongly stand to not work with people that match fix/gamble on their own matches. As it can be seen in the second screenshot, because of the ghosting, he asked why I have a grudge against him. So with basically a Nami alt worth of different kinds of allegations, Casey shortly responded with this tweet, basically saying they had been made aware of actions from a certain employee and were conducting an internal investigation. He was promptly suspended pending the investigation and then later released as of just a couple of days ago. And then most recently, Apples responded on Twitter, saying he acknowledged causing harm to Carmine Corp and accepted his dismissal, admitting he wrongly shared internal information and engaged in private conversations with fans, which he now recognizes as inappropriate despite being consensual and not illegal. He denied any intent to harm, expressed regret for his mistakes, apologized, and thanked the club and fans for the past 2 years. But this wasn't the only controversy Carmine Corp had been involved in recently. As of August, Casey's mid Vladi had played around 2,500 league games across solo queue, matches, and scrims, which is around 10 hours per day for the entire year. Fans were worried the workload was causing burnout and hurting his performance, which applied more pressure as Niski was his substitute. Broadcaster Lore had also noted on her stream that she'd heard Vladi had been struggling with his mental health, but Yike messaged her and said he is looking after him. Good guy, Yike. Following this, negative remarks made in his Twitch chat toward him from aforementioned aggrieved KC fans, Vladi said, quote, "I am playing for KC, but the majority of the fanbase of this org is by far the worst I have ever seen. I would appreciate if the single-digit IQ KC fans shut their mouth and kept their opinions to themselves." And following this, KC founder Kometo told Vladi to apologize and step away from socials for recovery. But if you think the LEC controversies only involve Carmine Corp, just look at the video timeline below you. There is a lot more to come, and while you're checking that, maybe check to see if that little subscribe button is clicked on. It lets me know you enjoy these types of videos that help you keep up to date, and I just want to say thank you in advance if you do. I really appreciate it. Now, a few days ago, Sheep Esports reported this: Riot to launch new 2026 winter format with 10 LEC teams, Los Ratones, and their EMEA Masters Summer Champion. This article essentially says that Riot is planning major LEC format changes for 2026. The winter split will be replaced by a new kickoff tournament featuring all 10 LEC teams plus 2 ERL squads, the year's top performing EMEA Masters team and the 2025 Summer Champions. Los Ratones, dominant in the ERL, have already secured a spot. The tournament winner will qualify for the First Stand, the first international event of the year in Brazil, meaning an ERL team could potentially reach a global stage. The LEC spring and summer splits will continue with the usual 10 teams, but this experiment adds ERL integration at Tier 1. Riot considered ERL teams competing directly for world spots, but LEC orgs rejected the idea. But there is further ERL/LEC crossover expected in the future. So as is relevant to this whole subject, earlier this year, Cadril addressed Los Ratones LEC rumours on his stream, as I covered in this video. For an LEC slot, it is projected to cost between 20 and 30 million euro, which is maybe even more. I'm going off that number because in this recap, Cadril mentioned 20 million, and not only that, Shulker sold their slot for 30 million only a few years ago. Misfits also sold theirs for roughly the same, in the ballpark of 40 to 50 million USD. This is an insane amount of money, and not even is it money that is guaranteed to pull a return if it's spent. As we've seen over the years, particularly in the LCS, teams would come and go almost by the season. And while yes, that competition is inferior to the LEC based on metric, it's still League of Legends esports. But why do slots cost so much? To put it into perspective, 30 million euro could buy you an AW139 military helicopter, or maybe 10 Lamborghini Veneno Roadsters, or maybe just a League of Legends team. But Los Ratones has a very unique situation. Most people pay to be in Tier 1 for the exposure it'll bring, but with Los Ratones, it's kind of the other way around. No matter where they go, the exposure follows. Cadril and Los Ratones' numbers are that of a Tier 1 league, if not more. So now that you're up to date, yes, tens of millions of euro is an insane amount of money. So the LEC was almost certainly off the table for League's new favourite and dominating team, Los Ratones, despite rinsing every competition they'd been a part of. But that still doesn't mean every other LEC team hadn't already spent that insane amount of money to get into the LEC. wherein lies the next controversy. As Yamato addresses on his stream, the existing LEC teams didn't agree to this happening, because bringing teams in through means other than buy-in dilutes the existing LEC slots that were paid a lot of money and resources for. He also speaks on, while this may seem like a pretty superficial decision by Riot, it has heavy underlying repercussions for teams that have invested a lot into the LEC based on the
By now, you've probably seen the headline.
Наистина ли американците са вече официално по-тлъсти от самите прасета и как жестовете и държанието на Путин по време на среща
That's just not what he said. It's just not what he said. He's trying to do a little bit of Hassan revisionist history, as he likes to do a lot.
The way I've come to terms with this is that it is virtually impossible for any human being on the planet who speaks to as large an audience as I do for as long as I have in a medium where there is constant back and forth communication with haters and whatnot. It is virtually impossible for them to remain infallible, to look like they have never had a moment that can be clipped out of context. It's impossible.
Of course, it's impossible, guys. It's just in his DNA, apparently, to support terrorists. You see, he has a rare disease, a rare condition called Hassanitis, of course, right? Where his skin, it seems, itches uncontrollably unless he proclaims his love for Hezbollah and calls him based, right? That's just, it's a part of his, like, DNA contract, so you can't really blame him, guys. It's impossible. It's actually impossible for him, right? Funny, it seems like other people just don't have this problem. It's like he's the only person who's been diagnosed with this condition, it seems like. You know, other people don't need random journalists to write terrorism insurance articles for you.
I did times 100 last night, which I like to call terrorism insurance.
These sort of puff pieces to distract from the fact that you're a terrorist glazer, right? Weird how that actually works. People responded, doesn't Hassan also utilize out-of-context clips of his opposition to make up his claims? What does he gain by complaining about it now when he's doing the same the next day? You know, there's a concept that you don't understand. It's rules for thee, but not for me. You know, the classic Hassan Piker playbook. It's on page 42 of Hassannetics, obviously. His whole manual of operations is that there's only rules for one side, obviously. It's clipped out of context. If they were acting in good faith, they would simply watch the previous 5 hours of my stream before that clip, and if they would preface that with watching my past 10 streams before that, they would understand the nuances of my positions. You just have to watch the entire autobiography of Hassan Piker, obviously. I just said so much bullshit and it actually reads how he sounds. According to him, we gotta know 10 years of lore to understand that him glazing terrorists is actually a good thing. This has got to be a Pegasus viewer. Okay, does follow me. Okay. Laying out my points very well. Thank you. Moving on to Hassan going after Ethan, talking about the Leftovers podcast, and he mentions all the orbiters getting sued by Ethan. Hassan talks about how much he regrets doing the Leftovers podcast. Nightmare scenario.
It's a nightmare scenario for all of those involved. I mean, think about Casey Tron, Frogan, Rafi, all of the people that are a part of Adenims, all the people that are a part of the enemies list that they concocted and attacked so viciously. Like even with like Casey Tron, I don't even have an association with Casey Tron. It just stems from the fact that he was collaborating with Destiny at the time, and Destiny fucking hates Casey Tron.
Okay, dude, does this guy like wake up and create a new fantasy every day? Where is he pulling this from? Ethan collaborating with Destiny to hate on Casey Tron. When does that even happen? What is he even on about? This guy just makes up shit constantly, and his audience doesn't question it, bro. I would be so frustrated. I mean, I'm not even like involved here, but I'm still frustrated for Ethan, right? On his behalf here. Like the fact that his audience just goes with this random ass narratives that he creates, alternate reality. I legitimately don't know how humans can be this stupid. I've never seen a group of people so willing to completely disregard the truth just in order to support their leader or whatever. This might legitimately be a cult. Like it's starting to fit that definition, right? Then he cries about Ethan going after anybody who associates with Hassan and, you know, suing them.
Yeah, going after Cutie, going after so many fucking people, went after the entire platform that I'm on. And still to this day, I think, goes after the platform aggressively, goes after Mike, went after Sean the Black, like anyone who is even remotely associated with me or like represents my ideological predisposition, like a goddamn lunatic, like a heat-seeking missile. He is just relentlessly fucking went after them. Ian and Anissa. I get that he feels as though his cause is just, but it's just when you have unlimited funds and you have one of the most fragile egos, you just create this environment of harassment. Taylor Lorenz, there are so many people. There are too many people to mention, dude. Like people in the chat are talking about all of these people that I haven't even brought up. Caroline, yeah, Kat Timbarge. Like I didn't really think about like how much Ethan Klein's content revolves around like ordained enemies, like designated enemies of the show. And how much of it is basically like cyber stalking and snark, ironically enough. I mean, yeah, he threatened to sue random anonymous Redditors, man.
Well, Hassan, this is just a classic case of the universe. You F around, you're going to find out. Ethan was basically trying to prove a point to these kind of people that you can't just say all the shit, do all this horrible shit, and then hide behind Hassan. Because Hassan will not be defending you when you carry out doing his dirty work, right? All of those people who are, you know, going through all these things like lawsuits and stuff, this is literally justice being served, and they absolutely deserve it. You can't just do heinous shit and then cry when you actually get consequences, right? Although you are an expert at that, Hassan, obviously. Also, I just love how every time this guy just wants to be the protagonist so bad. Like, it's all about me, guys. Ethan doesn't care about these other people talking about me. He's only going after them because he hates Hassan. I'm pretty sure, like, he specifically doesn't like Denims and, you know, all these other people as well. It's not just because of you, but of course Hassan wants to play the main character card, right? And he's doing the Luffy stick of like, you know, I just want to protect my friends, guys. I will do anything for my friends. I'm not going to TwitchCon because I want to protect the other people, guys. Legitimately, this is so fucking embarrassing, dude. Stop cosplaying an anime character. You will basically do anything as long as it doesn't inconvenience you in the slightest. Actually donating to KCTron, Denims, and Fruggins, you know, GoFundMe. Yeah, no, you're not gonna be doing that because that actually hurts my wallet, guys. I mean, this is like a good message to everybody who actually supports Hassan, right? At the end of the day, you're gonna get absolutely cooked because, you know, you're on the losing side, you're on the terrorist-supporting, terrorist-glazing side, and the wrong side of history, you're gonna get cooked, so it's time to switch sides. Moving on to Ethan calling out Twitch's anti-
had gun charges, he was an illegal alien, and he had no, he was even supposed to be in the country, and he was getting paid like $200,000-$300,000 a year. Guyana citizen, has never been a U.S. citizen, entered the U.S. on a student visa in 1999. The visa expired in 2004, denied permanent residence 4 times, not authorized to work when hired by Des Moines Public Schools in 2023, reportedly lied that he was a citizen on a job application, issued order for deportation in 2024, failed to report for the removal hearing, found to have had multiple illegally obtained firearms out of his arrest, registered to vote, lied about having a degree from Morgan State University, reportedly served a restraining order in 2023, and he was the superintendent for an entire fucking school system. This is your society run by Karens.
And it turns out that illegal aliens can get away with more than just no-name licenses. They can also apparently become the superintendent of a state's largest school district.
From New York to Iowa, you probably heard the name by now, Ian Roberts.
There he is.
He has been detained by ICE after attempting to flee with a gun, a knife, and $3 grand in cash. Because of
this guy's playing Grand Theft Auto, and he's the superintendent of a school.
According to authorities, he had a final order of removal and
Ball
no
in.
authorization. The Des Moines Public Schools Board tearfully accepting his resignation on Tuesday.
Look at
how can this man
a council of Karens, primarily.
Slip through the cracks, you may
Because
ask.
they let it happen. They knew it was happening. They let it happen.
It's a great question considering he has a history. He was also a school superintendent in Pennsylvania, where he is reportedly linked to the hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal settlements related to personnel complaints during his tenure.
What?
Des Moines knew nothing about it. This did not raise a flag in his background check.
Oh my.
Joining us now, Washington exam.
Isn't it crazy how the thing that everybody says doesn't happen happened? With an illegal immigrant that's able to register to vote? Isn't that crazy? How does that happen? I wonder how many times that happens. Well, it's at least one. How the fuck? Was he just super lucky? No, he just lied. I mean, it's not that simple. I bet he still did his job well. You know what's funny? It's that he probably did do a better job than half of the people there that were legally there, right? Half of those, like, moron teachers. And the thing is, yeah, he's probably like, well, I can't fuck this up. I'm going to have to come and get sent back.
Examiner, national political reporter, Selena Zito. Selena.
I mean, I have to, you know, it's like I respect the resolve to survive. I do. I've got to respect it. Like, to have that many things against you and to still be doing this, running away from the police with a gun, a knife, $3,000 in cash. You're the superintendent of a school system while you're an illegal alien in the country and you're trying to evade the police. Bro, this guy was on another level.
You wrote about
respect for the hustle, but GTFO. Yeah, I respect it, but you gotta leave.
His tenure when he was in Pennsylvania in the Mill Creek Township School District. And that school district has buckets to say about this gentleman. And it's outrageous. They made more than $330,000 in legal settlements, one of which happened right before he left that school district.
Man.
Yeah, the school board approved it 4 days before he left. There was 3 different settlements. One had to do with...
So they're interviewing this guy, like... Jesus.
Some sort of harassment issue. The other one had to do with some sort of, it said a gender issue. A highly qualified person was turned down for the position and then demoted. They won that plaintiff won that statement, that settlement. And then there was a third one which there wasn't a lot of details about. But you know, it poured through the school board's minutes.
Yeah.
It was in there, and there didn't seem to be any sort of acknowledgement, any sort of comment. I think what is interesting about him is when he
it's a loaded gun. Like, oh my God.
Superintendent, he only
What is he running for president?
Meets all
I mean, I gotta say, it's impressive that he's been able to get away with that much stuff.
It's a grading system.
It is. It's impressive.
Each year that comes up each year, like a review, and the next superintendent has received high marks. So even then, even when he was superintendent, there were clearly
How'd they discover it's illegal?
meeting the moment.
Well, because they caught him. Like, here's the thing, right? Is that when you run away from the police, they usually just, like, they're going to run your license plate, and then they're just going to go to work. They're going to look it up, like, oh, okay, it's registered in this person's. Okay, let's just go to their house. And they're like, and then they're going to show up later on and be like, why were you running away? And like, oh, that wasn't me. Like, well, then who is this? It's a picture of you. And then they're like, yeah, okay, you're going to have to go to jail. And that's it.
project, Bedros decided that he needed a new culture to appropriate, I guess, and he settled on Japan for some reason. Actually, I think the reason is he probably read this article, and I guess just realized he could repackage another culture's personal growth challenge and charge over $1,000 for it. So, that's good old American capitalism, baby. Bald eagle, American flag, yeah, buddy. Actually, I think the reason is he probably read this article, and I guess just realized he could repackage another culture's personal growth challenge and charge over $1,000 for it. So, that's good old American capitalism, baby. Bald eagle, American flag, yeah, buddy. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love our culture, but I digress. A misogi is a traditional Japanese Shinto ritual for purification of the mind, body, and spirit, but in recent years, it evolved into the Misogi Challenge, where the concept is that you do one really hard thing a year, like a marathon or a polar plunge or anything basically, just giving yourself an outlandish goal to complete once a year to help you build confidence in your own abilities. That in itself makes a lot of sense, but what doesn't make sense is paying $1,500 for someone else's version of it when you could just decide to do it for free right now or whenever. But hey, $1,500, you think that's too expensive? I guess it's just your limiting beliefs, bro, because literally on the site they have, the price is too much, I can't afford that. You're right, you can't. The price is too much because you're thinking way too small. That's a problem because you're meant to do big things. And this Misogi challenge, it'll help you remove the BS out of your head that's stopping you from playing in the big leagues. If you want to play in the big leagues, you better be taking this water hose to the face. You heard me, young man? So let us help you stop playing in the minor leagues. Somehow I feel like that just sounds like a distorted version of a BMW salesman. You see this M3? It could be yours, but your mind's stopping you. All you gotta do is sell a course or two. Actually, buy this right now and then use this bad boy to sell a course. You just gotta think outside the box, bro. I feel like if you sell courses, you're in the minor leagues if you have an M3, and then you're like the major league course seller, bro. They have a Lamborghini Urus. That's like the hierarchy of course sellers. And then you have like the pinnacle of absolute shenanigans of, that's when you buy a hypercar from Cario Motors. But I digress from the course seller's hierarchy. So obviously there is no shortage of people willing to pay any amount in hopes of expediting their mental and emotional healing and kickstarting their success. And even though Bedros' Misogi challenge, it does allow women, it seems to be more alpha man dude energy here.
My job today is to make you squeal like a mother pig. That's what's gonna happen. I want to get some feedback in terms of what your expectation was and what your experience is like.
I expected to throw up, and I threw up.
Okay. We met your expectation.
I wonder why. So now that we've gone through the Misogi challenge, now for the one that makes me go, what's going on here? Why are we doing this, guys? Because Bedros also runs this Squire program where fathers can bring their sons and turn them into men by almost drowning them. Because nothing says this is what it means to be a man than paying someone close to $2,000 to belittle you and your son. It's giving divorced father energy, saying, hey son, I know I wasn't present, but now I just spent $2,000 to turn you into a man. I know it's not funny, but that's kind of the energy I'm feeling here. Like, come on, what happened to playing catch or engaging with your kid through hobbies and interests? Like, sure, some kids might feel lost or even weak, but why don't you engage with them? Sign them up for a sport, be there with them, go camping with them, teach them how to change a tire. Actually, side note, like, I'm pretty sure every kid goes through a phase where they feel lost and weak. At least I did, but that's a part of the journey. And the solution isn't to have your son cry in a father-son ice bath with you. And this is also like all while like some alpha male is like screaming in your guys' face to like, I guess, tolerate this. Because this is just wild. I'm like 4 seconds into this ad. We have a second chance at a father-son relationship.
No matter what your experience was, we have a second chance at a father and son relationship.
You know, I said it's giving divorced dad energy. Yeah, after watching 4 seconds of this trailer, it's definitely giving divorced dad energy. All right, let's tolerate more than 4 seconds here.
And this time is when we are the fathers. A man has the duty and obligation to raise a son who is capable and confident so that he may be an asset to society
and not a liability.
I'm like 6 seconds in now, and I already had to stop. We are the fathers? Like, what do you mean? No, the father's the father here. Is this like, oh, hey, I'm gonna pay almost $2,000 to have someone else be daddy for me and my son? Like that, looking over you and your miserable son in an ice bath? Check. So this is like 75 hours of microdosing random things, like what, rope pulling, jujitsu. Like, just sign your kid up for jujitsu at this point. This is like trying to microdose some adversity for a bunch of kids who went to private school, but it's only for 75 hours or whatever. Obviously, I could play hours of videos of men in all ages carrying sandbags up a hill and crawling through the mud and sitting in ice baths while being screamed at, but I mean, I think you guys get the picture. The concept across all of these programs is essentially the same. Mainly, men pay a large amount of money to have some self-proclaimed alpha male berate them while exhausting themselves physically, mentally, and emotionally, so that by the end of the day, they feel like they've actually accomplished something. Even though this is just essentially like a glorified beep test. But I guess I see the point of it. Like, it's hard to think about your day-to-day stress when you're focused on not inhaling water from a garden hose 2 feet from your face. So yeah, like, I bet a lot of these guys do leave these retreats feeling like they got what they paid for. And look, I'm not going to pretend that working out and pushing yourself to your limit and forming bonds with your peers are bad things. But I mean, you could just as easily, I don't know, join a martial arts club or a gym or a run club or a CrossFit gym and get essentially a lot of the same environment minus the matching shirts and initial shaming. Like, Bedros himself admits that he was struggling with balancing everything in his life, his business, his fitness, and being there for his wife and kids. It got so bad that he apparently suffered panic attacks so intense that he visited a doctor assuming it was a heart attack. But do you know what he did to solve that? Instead of an expensive version of LARPing his Stanley Yellnuts from holes for 12 hours, he did a 16-month stint of a legitimate therapy. Yeah, apparently our alpha male here didn't even solve his own problems the way he's telling other men to do so. Bedros worked over a year with a licensed professional to address his underlying trauma and heal himself, but also has the nerve to tell people to don't cut any corners here and try to jam all of that into a 12-hour scream session with garden hoses and sand being thrown at you.
As far as I'm concerned, you have what it takes. Go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We did not cut corners on you. We pushed you. We challenged you. We tested you. And you delivered.
But obviously, telling people to go get therapy isn't as profitable. So Bedros keeps creating expensive boot camps so people can convince themselves they've healed in a day, or worse, that they need to pay that much more than once, because a lot of the people in the testimonials admit that they're repeat boot camp offenders. But like I said, a lot of the stuff they're doing here in these camps you can do for free or for a fraction of the cost. Martial arts, cold plunging, basic body weight exercises, like these things are things you could do daily, and they would most likely be beneficial to your health. These quote-unquote alpha males want to convince you that they have some secret that you can also be in on for a price, but are saying the quiet part out loud. If you feel anxious, lost, or hopeless, talk to someone, ideally a legitimate therapist. And if you want to feel fulfilled and accomplished, more capable and confident, just set goals and work towards achieving them. Doesn't matter how big or how small they are, because the answers are from within. Hence why good therapists don't tell you what to do. They ask you questions until you unravel everything within yourself. And obviously, that is infinitely easier said than done. But if you enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like. And if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. And hey, if you guys want to get the best tasting sugar-free lemonade ever, you can go to gamersubs.gg/atozy in the description down below. And if you don't believe me that it's the best tasting sugar-free lemonade ever made, you can literally get a free sample from me with free shipping if you use code ATOZY. So, and you don't even have to enter your credit card details or any other information than your shipping. You get free shipping and you get free lemonade. If you don't believe me that this lemonade right here is the best sugar-free lemonade that I've ever had in my life. Some people be like, yo, the size is tiny, dog. How is this thing $40? Well, it's 100 servings because the spoon is tiny. You see, this is all you need. This is all you need for a cup of lemonade. I've already drank it. Gamersubs.gg/atozy, link in the description down below in the pinned comment. And if you do end up buying something there, it really does support the channel. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.